first ball. The next over from Garth is defended for no run. England will always be villains. There's villains everywhere. India are villains, Australia are villains, England are villains. They're all villains.
South Africa have got their fair few too.
South Africa can be villainous if they put their minds to it.
Just not the semi-finals.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Hello and welcome back to Bescheuertes kurzes Bein. My name is Leah. Almost got the German intro there. Yes, welcome back to India's tour of South Africa. Today, the third and final one-day international from Paarl. After the series is thus far drawn 1-1, a very dominant performance by India in the first one-day international from Johannesburg, where South Africa were bowled out for 100 and let me see, in the 100 and teens. Then in the second one-day international, 116 was the total in Johannesburg for South Africa, 116, and India chased that down within 16.4 overs, winning by 8 wickets. Second one-day international from Rebecca, a reversal of fortunes, if you will. India limping to 211 all out, with South Africa comfortably chasing it down in 42.3 overs, also winning by 8 wickets. And now the decider before we go into a 2-test series starting on Boxing Day. So, all to play for here today. Let me bring you news from the ground. Word from the ground is that South Africa have won the toss and they have chosen to field. The word from the ground is that the weather is very, very good. Temperatures in the mid-30s, a very dry pitch that looks to be set to be a bit slow to bat on. South Africa are playing an unchanged team from the second one-day international, and why shouldn't they? They were very, very good. Tony de Zorzi, of course, was man of the match in that one. Made his maiden one-day international century in the innings that he also passed 50 for the first time in his admittedly short one-day international career. So we have the South African openers De Zorzi and Hendricks. They are followed at number 3 by Rassie van der Dussen, Captain Aiden Markram coming in after him. Then it's the keeper, Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Vian Mulder, Keshav Maharaj, Nandre Boga, Lizard Williams, and Bjorn Hendricks complete the team. Unchanged, as I said, from the last one-day international. India have a few changes, 2 to be exact. The first one is that we have a one-day international debut for Rajat Patidar, who will replace Ruturaj Gaikwad, the opener, who hurt his finger in the last one-day international, dropping Risa Hendricks at slip. Furthermore, Kuldeep Yadav has been arrested, and for him, India will be playing Washington Sundar. So, the Indian 11 is Sai Sudarshan, Sanju Samson, Rajat Patidar, Tilak Varma, Captain KL Rahul, then Rinku Singh, Akshay Patel, Washington Sundar, Arshdeep Singh, Avesh Khan, and Mukesh Kumar. Yes, so I think Washington Sundar is probably insurance for India after they have been bowled out for 211 in the last one-day international. Not really batting that deep. I mean, Akshay Patel can hold the bat reasonably well, but after Akshay, it was Kuldeep Yadav, then Arshdeep Singh and Avesh Khan, followed by Mukesh Kumar at 11. So probably the thinking here is that Washington Sundar can lengthen the batting lineup for South Africa a little bit. His average in one-day internationals is 27.88 to be exact. So that should give India a bit more flexibility or a bit more confidence in their batting lineup. Well, let me know if you can hear me okay, or let me just see if I can. Yes, looks like sound is okay on YouTube. Yes, as we are seeing the teams coming out for the national anthems. Always remember, you can always get in touch with me, of course, here on the YouTube chat, and you can also use Twitter. There's my Twitter handle. I will be monitoring that as well. Let me just rearrange my windows here a little bit. Okay. Yes, let's see what we can maybe expect from the Indian debutant Rajat Patidar. He is 30 years old, almost 31. He has played 52 first-class matches. He has played 57 List A matches, which is probably more interesting for today. He has batted in 56 innings in those 57 matches. There are 2 not outs. He has made 1,963 runs with a high score of 158 at an average of 36.35. His strike rate over his career in List A cricket is almost at 100. It's 98.49, which is probably really, really useful. He has 3 tons, 12 50s. He has been playing for Madhya Pradesh in domestic Indian cricket, and for Royal Challengers Bangalore in the IPL. Yes. Okay. Yeah, looking good. Rajat Patidar. Let's see what he can do today after he comes in as an injury replacement for Ruturaj Gaikwad, who, as I said, injured his finger during the last one-day international. No injury worries for Kuldeep Yadav, though. He has only been rested according to word from the ground. In his stead, India are playing Washington Sundar. There was a bit of speculation earlier today if India might want to play Yuzvendra Chahal in place of Kuldeep Yadav. And considering that everyone is expecting the pitch to be relatively slow, but India have opted for the more all-round talents of Washington Sundar because Yuzvendra Chahal isn't really anything close to an all-rounder. He there are of course the funny pictures of him giving batting tips to Chris Gayle, but his record doesn't really justify him giving batting tips to Chris Gayle. As the openers for India are coming out there, and yes, it is Rajat Patidar, as I said, and I'm expecting him to open with Sai Sudarshan. And indeed, it is Sai Sudarshan who will open the batting for India. Who are the umpires today? We have on-field umpires Alahuddin Palekar and Richard Kettleborough. The reserve umpire is Bonga Nijele, and I can't see who the TV umpire is. The match referee today is Chris Broad, as it has been for the rest of the series. And it looks like South Africa are opening the bowling with some left arm pace. It is Nandre Burger in his third match after having been handed his one-day international cap in the first match of this one-day international series. And he will bowl to the right-hander Rajit Patidar on debut. Here is Burger over the wicket. And that one is on a length angled across Patidar, who tries to block it or defend it with a straight bat. It misses the edge and goes through to Klaasen, who takes it cleanly, and there is no run. Burger back in. Over the wicket. This one is on a middle and leg, and as Patidar tries to guide that down to fine leg, he misses it, and it is given as a wide as it swung or seemed quite a bit to the leg side after pitching. And that is the first run on the board for India in this deciding one-day international. 1 for none after one ball. Next delivery, he hits him on the thigh. There's a bit of an appeal. No one is really interested, and as the ball goes out into the offside, India take a leg by. India 2 for none. No, the decision has been revised. Apparently he got bat onto that. It is given as a run off the bat. So, Rajat Patidar off the mark in his one-day international career. And that brings the left-handed Sai Sudarshan onto strike to the left-handed Nandre Burger. And first delivery is left alone by Sudarshan, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. Fourth delivery of this over. Burger coming over the wicket to the left-handed Sudarshan. This one swings relatively late away from Sudarshan, who leaves that one alone with a raised bat. There is no run. India remain on 2 for none. As we are seeing pictures of the people having a bit of a picnic out on the banks, here is Burger again, bowling that one leg side to Sudarshan, who plays an off drive to that one. It's racing away to the boundary. There are 2 fielders running after it. One of them seems to be Keshav Maharaj. And they are able to stop it out close to the boundary. This is a 2-man effort. Maharaj diving, flicking the ball back into the field. His partner picking it up, throwing it back in towards the pitch, to the middle. And India have run 3. Next one from Burger over the wicket, relatively wide again. And there is no run. So 5 runs for India off this first over. We have Rajat Patidar on 1 and Sai Sudarshan on 4. Sudarshan now on strike, and South Africa are introducing Lizard Williams. He is in his 4th match. He has taken 4 wickets at an average of 41.75. In his ODI career thus far, his economy is 6.51 and his best bowling figures are 2 for 65. Williams coming in right arm over to the left-handed Sudarshan, who plays that out to mid-on, and they take a single. Mid-off, excuse me, to mid-off, and they take a single. Now the right-handed Patidar on strike to the right arm bowler Williams, and this one is on a length, and there is a square drive by Patidar. That one evades all the fielders, and it runs away to the boundary. No chance for any fielder from South Africa to get a hand on that. That is 4 runs, first boundary of the match. Third delivery is bowled full and onto the pads by Williams, and it is flicked away into the leg side, and India take a couple, bringing the score on to 12 for no run. Williams coming in for his fourth delivery over the wicket to the right-handed Patidar. This one is on a length outside of stump. He can only tap it out into the offside and there is no run. As we are seeing a David Miller fan placard in the audience. The next one, Williams decides to go back to bowling into the pads of Patidar, and again he clips it off his pads, and this time he pierces the field on the onside. This one runs all the way to the mid-wicket boundary, and there is another for India. India now 16 for no loss, and the debutant Patidar going along very, very nicely here. This one is late cut to backward point, and they are taking a single. After 2 overs, India are 17 for no loss. Looking at the score projections, the consensus seems to be that a score of around 270, 275 is probably a par score here on this ground. India seem to be well on track for that one thus far. Their projected score is 273. As Burger continues with his second over, and Patidar is looking for the drive, gets a thick inside edge, and it runs down to fine leg. Very lucky there that he didn't chop on. India take a single though. 18 for no loss now. Sai Sudarshan back on strike. Burger left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Sudarshan, who can only defend that out to point. There is no run. Patidar on 12 of 9 and Sai Sudarshan on 4 of 5. Burger with figures of none for 5 after 1.2 overs. Let's see. I think today I will do all this by myself. I think there's no one else still around. Maybe Jess is coming in later. Once they're reaching stumps in Mumbai, where there is the women's test between India and Australia. And I can give you an update on that one. The Australian women were all out for 219 in the third session of the first day of the only test from the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. And in reply, India are 78 for no loss, trailing by 141 runs in the first innings so far. There are 6.5 overs remaining in the day's play at the Wankhede. Shafali Verma on 29 and Smriti Mandhana on 38. Both not out are the batswomen in for India over there. As we continue here in Boland Park, there hasn't been happening that much in Boga's second over. He has conceded 2 runs, 1 wide, for a total of 3 thus far in his innings, 2 singles and a wide. We have the debutant Patida on strike for the final delivery of the third over. He's on 12 of 11. Facing up to Nandre Boga now. Boga coming in, left arm over the wicket. And this one is short on a middle line, angled across the right-handed Patida, who looks to play a kind of uppercut, misses it, and Klaasen takes it cleanly. There is no run. India, after 3 overs, are 20 for no loss. 3 runs from Boga's second over. The current run rate is 6.66. Patida on 12, Sudarshan on 5. As Lizard Williams is brought back for his second over. He conceded 12 in his first. Williams' right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Sai Sudarshan. And there is a massive appeal, first ball of the over. The on-field umpire is not interested, but Aiden Markram has reviewed that with about 8 seconds to go. Let's have a look here. Looked relatively plump on first glance. Probably the only thing that can save Sudarshan here is an inside edge. And I think Aiden Markram is thinking the same. He has reviewed it. Let's have a look. This one is pitched. Oh, this looks interesting. This one is pitched on middle and off from the right armer to the left hander. And there seems to be a deviation, and I think it is indeed the bat. Yes, there is an inside edge. There is an inside edge. The ball hits the bat before it thunders into the pad. And that means South Africa lose their review. That is not out, and Sai Sudarshan survives that. Didn't look too flustered when Aiden Markram called for the review. And Lizard Williams continues. He tries to block that with a straight bat, and Williams beats the outside edge. There is no run as Klaasen takes that one cleanly. we are now seeing the names of the umpires, and it's Alahuddin Palekar and Azan Raza from Pakistan being the standing umpires, contrary to what I have here on my scorecard, or what I see here on my scorecard, and that probably means that Richard Kettleborough is indeed again the TV umpire. As the next delivery is cut down to third man for 4 runs by Sai Sudarshan, and India move on to 24 for no loss after 3.4 overs. Williams now has conceded 16 runs from 1.4 overs. Patida on 12 of 12 and Sai Sudarshan on 9 of 10. Final delivery of this 4th over, the second by Lizard Williams. As my stream is having a bit of a problem. Yes, nothing really happened during that over, and we have Burger continuing. He comes left arm around, no, over the wicket to the right-handed Patida. This one is right in the slot, and he dispatches that one over cow corner, and that is the first 6 of the innings. India 30 for no loss. Next one is a dot ball by Patida. As he tries to defend that with a straight bat, but it bounces a bit higher than he probably thought. He is hit on the gloves, but the ball goes into the ground under his eyes. Next one is pulled away towards the boundary, and there is again no fielder out there, and it goes for 4 runs as it bounces in the deep, in the mid-wicket area. India now 34 for none. As shoelaces are tightened by Patida, the gloves readjusted as he is facing up to the 4th delivery of the 5th over, and looks like he dragged that one onto his own leg stump. Let's have a look at that. No, doesn't seem like there was any bet involved. Burger sneaks one through the gap as Patida tries to flick that one again into the leg side. His leg bail goes flying, and Rajat Patida on debut has to go for 22 of 16. He is out balled Burger for 22 with a strike rate of 137.5. And that should bring Sanju Samson probably at number 3 for India. The ESPN Quick Info forecast is still around the 270 runs mark. And I can give you an update on the test match that is happening in Mumbai. A wicket has fallen. Shafali Verma is out. LBW to Jonathan for 40. Fall of wicket was 90 for 1 after 16.4 overs. Sneerana is the next batter in, and after 17 overs, India are now 94 for 1. They are still trailing by 125 runs. There are less than 3 scheduled overs now remaining. And back to our match. Yes, Sanju Samson is the new batsman in for India. He is off the mark right away, tucked down to fine leg for a single. And that brings Sudarshan back onto strike. Final delivery of the over is pulled by Sudarshan to square leg, and there is no run. India, after 5 overs, 35 for 1. Let's see if we have any social media interactions. As a reminder, you can always use the YouTube chat to interact with the stream, or you can tweet me. There is my Twitter handle. I will be monitoring that one as well. Nothing yet on YouTube. Let's see if there is anyone on Twitter. Nope, not yet. Well, we have Lizard Williams back for his third over. He has figures of non for 16 from 2 this far. He is facing Sanju Samson. First one is into the pads, flicked by Samson, but fielded in the leg side, and there is no run. Lizard Williams right arm over the wicket to Samson, who plays that out to cover, and there is no run. India remain on 35 for 1. Williams right arm over the wicket, and that one is short, and the batsman is not interested in that. The keeper is interested, can't get to it though, and it runs away to the boundary over Klaassen's head. That was way too high, and that is 5 wides. India now 40 for 1. Williams back in, and Samson defends that one into the ground, into the offside. There is no run. I can give you an update on the women's test match in Mumbai. Stumps have been drawn, and India are 98 for 1. Smriti Mandhana on 43 not out, and Sneerana on 4 not out. Trail Australia by 121 runs in the first innings. You can, of course, follow the second day of that match over on Twitch at White Line Wireless or on GorillaCricket.com for the audio-only feed. That starts tomorrow at 5 a.m. Central European Time. As India take a single of the 5th ball of Williams' 3rd over, bringing Sudarshan onto strike for the final delivery of this 6th over of the innings. And William comes right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Sudarshan, but there is no run. India after 6 are 41 for 1. Williams with figures of none for 22. Economy of 7.33, while India's run rate is currently 6.83. The conditions thus far in Paarl, it is very sunny. There is no chance of rain, and current temperature is 34 degrees Celsius. Nandri Boga to continue for South Africa. First delivery of the 7th over is a single by Samson. Second delivery is played out to backward point with a straight bat by Sai Sudarshan, and there is another single, Samson back onto strike. India 43 for 1. And Burger keeps staying over the wicket, interestingly enough. He's staying over the wicket, doesn't matter if there is a left-hander or a right-hander facing him. Williams was willing to change his mode of delivery depending on whether he faced a lefty or a righty. But Burger seems very, very comfortable staying over the wicket no matter what, which I find interesting because I think that the trend in cricket has been that you switch to over the wicket, to around the wicket, when you are facing a batsman that has the other-handedness compared to your bowling style. So left armers generally go around the wicket to right-handers. And the fifth delivery of the over is a bit too short by Burger, and Samson tries a pole shot, doesn't really get hold of it, merely an under edge, but that is enough to send the ball to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, and India are 47 for 1 after 6.5 overs. The 50 is within reach of India as another one is guided down to fine leg by Samson and they take a single. India 48 for 1. Yes, what are your predictions, your expectations for this match? Let me know either by using the YouTube chat or you can also tweet me. There's the Twitter handle. Let me know what you think. Looking forward to your suggestions, input, any questions, just ask them. And we have a change Björn Hendricks into the attack. Hendricks also a left armer bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Samson, who can't get the first delivery away, and there is no run, a dot ball to begin for Hendricks. Next one is onto the pads, flicked into the leg side by Samson, and India take a single, 49 for 1. We have Samson on 9 and Sai Sudarshan on 10. Samson made his 9 of 13 and Sudarshan his 10 of 15. And there is a big appeal against Sai Sudarshan from the South Africans as Björn Hendricks is coming around the wicket to the left-hander who tries to flick it, misses, but he has reviewed that one as he has been given out on the field. India review. he was expecting that to be way shorter than it actually was. Keeps it tad low, and it hits him in front, but it hits him above the knee roll. Let's see the ball tracking, as there was no bat involved. And it's pitching outside off. Impact is in line. And hitting the wickets is umpire's call. India lose their second wicket. Sai Sudarshan is out for 10, but they retain the review. India 49 for 2, 2 wickets lost inside the power play, and crucially before they can bring up their 50. I am very, very sorry, but I think I have to take a very, very short bio break. Shouldn't probably have been drinking that much tea. We'll be back in just a second. Sorry, everyone. I am back. Yes, not that much has happened after that wicket fell. KL Rahul is the new batsman in. India and the 8th over on 50 for 2. Samson on 9. KL Rahul on 1. Bjorn Hendricks has figures of 1 for 2, as there were only 2 runs in this over, and the wicket of Sai Sudarshan, who had to go back into the shed for 10. LBW bowled Hendricks. He had a strike rate of 62.5. And India can bring up their 50 with a single from captain KL Rahul. Next batsman in should be Tilak Varma, followed by Rinku Singh, then Washington Sundar. And let's not get ahead of ourselves by looking at who is after Washington Sundar. 2 quick wickets here for South Africa. Might bring back memories of Tuesday for India. What has happened here? Lizard Williams has been brought back for the 9th over, and this looks like a leg side strangle from him as Klaasen is throwing the ball up into the air, but no one is interested, and the umpire has actually given it as a wide. Has to bowl that one again. First legal delivery of the over. There is a single into the leg side from KL Rahul. He moves on to 2. India now 52 for 2. The current run rate for India is 6.37. The score predictor on ESPN Cricinfo is coming down constantly. It is now on 254. South Africa are 61% favorites to win this match, after winning the toss and electing to field first. Next delivery by Williams is another dot ball. India remain on 52 for 2. Sanju Samson is the batsman facing Lizard Williams here. Williams is coming in, right arm over the wicket, and Samson defends that into the ground. It bounces out into the onside, where it is fielded very close to the square. There is no run. Fourth delivery of the 9th over coming up. This is a delivery on a length, and Samson nurdles it out to point. There is no run. India remain on 52 for 2 in the first power play after 8.4 overs. And the current run rate is 6 exactly. Next one is clipped off his legs into the leg side, where it is fielded by square leg. There is a single taken by India. This one looks rather risky, as there is a throw coming in, which is miles off target. So KL Rahul is safe. Final delivery. Williams coming in. This is played by Rahul to cover. There is no run. India on 53 for 2 after 9 overs. 3 runs coming off this Lizard Williams over. We have KL Rahul on 2, Sanju Samson on 10. Williams with figures of none for 25 from 4 overs. On the other hand, Bjorn Hendricks figures of 1 for 2 from his first over. And it looks like Hendricks is to continue. Yes, Bjorn Hendricks continues, of course. Why wouldn't he? Figures of 1 for 2 from 1 over are exceptional. Hendricks comes into Rahul, to Samson, left arm over the wicket. And this is played out to cover. There is no run. He bowls that one a bit fuller. And Samson can only defend it out to cover. There is no run. Second delivery. Hendricks now coming in. This one a bit more on a line of middle. There is an attempted drive by Samson that is fielded inside the circle. Another dot ball. India remain on 53 for 2. Hendricks left arm over the wicket, and this one is cut by Sanju Samson, and India take a single as it is fielded at point. Yes, they take a single. Captain KL Rahul is on strike to face Bjorn Hendricks now. And this one is too short by Bjorn Hendricks on a leg stump line, and this is pulled away to the boundary between fine leg and backward square leg. And there is no fielder there by Rahul. For Rahul, and this one runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. India 58 for 2. Fifth delivery of the over. Hendricks over the wicket to the right-handed KL Rahul, who defends that into the ground, dribbles out into the offside, and there is no run. Final delivery of the 10th over now coming up. Final delivery of the power play, actually. Left arm over the wicket to Rahul, who guides this one down to fine leg. They take a single. Rahul retains the strike. India end the power play on 59 for 2. Oh. It has been given as leg byes, I think. Rahul on. Yes, apparently it has been given as leg byes. Couldn't have missed it by much there. Looked like he clipped that to fine leg. Apparently it has come off his thigh. Doesn't matter. India are 59 for 2 after the power play. But KL Rahul remains on 6. Sanju Samson on 11. and Lizard Williams to continue for South Africa. He has figures of none for 25 of 4 overs. And the first delivery of his 5th over is played out to cover by KL Rahul, and there is no run. The next one evades point. It is fielded out in the outfield, but India come through for a single, 60 for 2 from 10.2 overs. Samson on 11, KL Rahul on 7. Samson now back on strike to Williams, right arm over the wicket, and this one is a shorter ball, and Samson leans back out of the way, almost gets kind of a ramped bat underneath that. Doesn't though, and there is no run. Fourth delivery, and this is guided down to third man with a cross angled bat by Samson. He moves on to 12. India 61 for 2. The Indian scoring rate has dropped considerably during the last 5 overs. It is now, I think, somewhere around 4, as KL Rahul can't get the next delivery away for anything more than a dot. India remain on 61 for 2. The current run rate is 5.63 for the whole of the Indian innings. And the final delivery of Williams over is another dot ball, and India end the 11th on 61 for 2. KL Rahul on 7, Sanju Samson on 12, Lizard Williams figures of none for 27 of 5. And there is the reminder from the broadcaster that the next match in this tour is the first one of the 2 tests that will be played between these 2 sides. The first one being the Boxing Day test, which starts on the 26th of December and runs through to the 30th. We won't be covering that one, as I am not at home over the holidays and I'm not taking my streaming setup with me to the family visit. They wouldn't be that thrilled with that. And also one of these days I will be traveling back home, so I couldn't stream then anyways. Meanwhile, in Paarl, Bjorn Hendricks is back into the attack, and this time the Indian batsmen seem to be able to get him away a bit more. First delivery of the over is a couple. It is then followed by a cover drive for 4 runs. despite Tony De Zorzi giving his best out there in the outfield, very close to the boundary, tries to stop it, can't, it dribbles into the boundary rope, and India are 67 for 2. Next one is a single into the leg side by Samson. Yes, so we won't be covering the first test. We will be covering the second one, though, which starts on the 3rd of January, the New Year's test. And yeah, so stay tuned for that. If you are interested in that one, you can always leave a subscription here for that and enable notifications, so you can see when we are live and covering this series. And also you might consider subscribing to this channel, because I can tell you that despite us not covering the Boxing Day test, there is a thank you and a surprise coming your way for Christmas or the holidays, if you're not that religious like me. Yeah, I won't spoil the surprise, but I think there's something you might actually really like on Christmas Eve on this channel. There was an appeal for LBW, but no one is really interested in it. It is turned down on the field, and no one is interested enough to review that one. After 12 overs, India are 68 for 2. There are 10 extras in that total. The damage probably being done by Lizard Williams, who conceded 5 wides over the top of Heinrich Klaasen. Burger and Hendricks, the South African bowlers who are into the wickets. As Williams continues to Sanju Samson, who clips him into the leg side. They take a single. Samson now on 20. He is the second Indian batsman to reach 20. The first one was the debutant Rajat Patidar. Rajat Patidar. He was also the first wicket to fall. He was bowled by Nandre Burger. The other wicket to fall being Sai Sudarshan, who was LBW to Buren Hendricks for 10. Samson facing Williams now, and he can manufacture a single of the third delivery of the 13th over, and India bring up their 70 for the loss of the aforementioned 2 wickets. The current run rate is 5.6. Samson on 20, Rahul on 8. Williams is into his 6th over. he is the one bowler for South Africa that has been unchanged from the start of the innings. Next one is short and pulled out to deep mid-wicket by Samson, but there is a fielder there and it looks again like De Zorzi. Very good in the field. Was exceptional in the field during the last one-day international. There were, I think, at least 3 instances of De Zorzi being giving it his all out in the field, saving a boundary on at least 3 occasions. Final delivery of the over and can't do anything with that, KL Rahul, and there is a dot ball. India remain on 71 for 2. Let's see if we have anyone with us. No one on YouTube. You can always use the YouTube chat to say hi. You can also use my Twitter handle. I will be monitoring that as well. Bjorn Hendricks is bowling the 14th over for South Africa, and he is bowling to Sanju Samson, who plays a late cut to that. It is fielded at third man by, well, looks like the inevitable Tony De Zorzi, man of the match in the second one-day international when he made 100. His maiden one-day international ton in the first innings in one-day internationals that he also crossed 50. Current partnership is limping to 23, unbroken of 35 deliveries faced by these 2 batsmen here. KL Rahul can't make any runs here though. Of this delivery by Bjorn Hendricks, there is a dot ball. Third delivery, and that one is punched into the offside by KL Rahul, and he now takes a single. Moves on to 9, partnership advances to 24. India 73 for 2 after 13 and a half overs. Bjorn Hendricks is now coming around the wicket to the right-handed Samson. Interesting, after he kept bowling over the wicket earlier in his spell. Samson can only play that into the leg side and there is no run. Two deliveries to come in the 14th over. Hendricks continues around the wicket and there is a very, very straight drive by Sanju Samson down the ground. 2 South Africans, one of them being Captain Aiden Markram, herring after it, but they can't stop it. This one goes into the boundary for 4 runs. India 77 for 2. final delivery of the 14th over now to come. Bjorn Hendricks to Sanju Samson. And that one is played out by Samson to cover. Cover seems to have hurt himself fielding that. And we are having drinks. Yes, as I said, please get in touch with me on the YouTube chat or on my Twitter. And I will be back when play resumes. And we are back after drinks in Paarl after 14 overs of the third one-day international between South Africa and India. And we have another bowling change. Wian Mulder, the right armer, coming in. He is bowling to KL Rahul, coming in over the wicket, and Rahul clips that out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. India remain on 77 for 2, where they were at the drinks break. Second delivery is another dot played out by Rahul. Let's see what this is all doing to the projected score. Oh, it's been going up a bit. It was in the low 250s a few overs ago. Now it is back in the low 260s. as Rahul plays out another dot to point from Vian Mulder. 3 dots in a row now from KL Rahul. Yes, the projected score has been improving for India, and the win probability for South Africa has been falling since that last wicket of Sai Sudarshan fell to Buren Hendricks. It is now again below 60%, as there is the first run conceded by Vian Mulder. It is a single to KL Rahul. Fifth delivery is guided down to third man by Sanju Samson, and there is another single for India. 79 for 2 after 14.5 overs. Final delivery is played out into the offside by KL Rahul. It is fielded at deep cover. Excuse me. And that brings up the 80 for India. 80 for 2 after 15 overs. We have captain KL Rahul on 11, Sanju Samson on 27. Vian Mulder concedes 3 runs in the first over that he bowls. He has figures of none for 3. And it looks like Captain Aiden Markram is going for spin for the first time in this innings. He brings on Arch, who I think should still be the top-ranked one-day international bowler. Oh. He is coming in to KL Rahul, left arm around the wicket. And there is a single into the offside by Rahul. Maharaj staying around the wicket to Samson, who can only pad that out into the onside. There is no run. Third delivery by Samson is played out to point, and there is another single. Fourth delivery around the wicket to KL Rahul, who clips that off his legs. There is another single. And yes, indeed, Keshav Maharaj is still the top-ranked one-day international bowler. He's also the only top 10 one-day international bowler playing in this match, despite Mohammad Siraj and Kuldeep Yadav for India, as well as Jasprit Bumrah. being ranked within the top 10, but Yadav is rested, and I guess Bumrah and Siraj are not in the one-day international squad for India here. Let's see. Indeed, only Kuldeep Yadav is in the one-day international squad. Jasprit Bumrah is in the test squad though, as Mulder continues to Sanju Samson over the wicket, the right arm medium pacer, and this is played out into the leg side. There is no run for Sanju Samson. He remains on 29. He's on his way to become the first Indian batsman in this innings to reach 30. And there it is. Backward square leg, feels it as he plays it into the leg side. 85 for 2 India. Samson, the first Indian batsman to reach 30 this innings. KL Rahul now on strike. He is on 13 of 26, and Vian Mulder is continuing. Right arm over the wicket to KL Rahul, and this one is lofted high. Does it have the legs? No, it doesn't. It falls short of the boundary. It falls safely though, dribbles into the sponge. There are 4 very, very welcome runs for KL Rahul. And India move on to 89 for 2. The partnership has now reached 40 as well. Next one is flicked off his pads again into the onside. There is a single. Sanju Samson back on strike. The current run rate for India is now 5.4. And Samson cuts Mulder away to deep point. There is another single. Final delivery of the over. Mulder over the wicket to KL Rahul, and he comes forward, defends it into the ground. It is fielded on the square, and there is no run. After 17 overs, India are 91 for 2. Maharaj continues, and that is a single down to square leg by Sanju Samson. No, oh, sorry. Yes. An attempted drive at the second delivery from Maharaj by Rahul. Doesn't really get a bat on it, and it dribbles down to backward point. Third delivery, left arm around the wicket, defended to cover by Rahul. No run. Fourth delivery is clipped away to mid-on. And there is a single for KL Rahul, who moves on to 19, bringing Sanju Samson, who is on 32, back onto strike. India 93 for 2. Left arm over the wicket, and this is driven out into the offside by Samson. There is a misfield at mid-off, and the sweeper has to come around to field it at long off, and there is a single for India. Final delivery of Maharaj's second over, driven again, and this one is fielded by long off. There is a single. India 95 for 2 after 18 overs. KL Rahul, who has also reached his 20, and Sanju Samson on 33 are the batsmen out in the middle for India. Keshav Maharaj has figures of none for 8 from 2 overs. Vian Mulder has figures of none for 10 from 2 overs. And I would be surprised if Markram didn't persist with Mulder. Let's see. Yes, indeed, it is Mulder who is to bowl the 19th over. First delivery, right arm over the wicket, and that is driven by KL Rahul to deep extra cover, and there is a single. The partnership is now 47. The 50 partnership is within one boundary of Sanju Samson here, as Mulder is coming in over the wicket, and it is driven to mid-off, and there is no run. Both the partnership 50 and the team triple digits within one boundary for Sanju Samson here. As Mulder is coming in, right arm over the wicket, too short, and a swivel pull by Sanju Samson brings him that boundary. India, after 18.3 overs, are 100 for 2. The partnership between Sanju Samson and KL Rahul reaches 50. It is now 51. Samson on 37. Rahul on 21. And next delivery is clipped down to fine leg by Sanju Samson. He moves on to 38. India 101 for 2. And KL Rahul on 21, now on strike to Vian Mulder. Current partnership is 52 and the current run rate is 5.41. Mulder right arm over the wicket, and there is an attempted pull shot by KL Rahul that just balloons up into the air off the top edge, and it is taken by the keeper, Heinrich Klaassen. Absolutely no distance on that. It's only going up. Yes, and no problems there for Klaassen. And India are 101 for 3, with keeper KL Rahul falling for 21 of 35 balls faced at a strike rate of 60. He is out, caught Klaassen, bowled Mulder 21. Oh dear. That should bring out Tilak Varma in at number 5 for India. In his fourth match, he has made 17 runs. 16 runs, sorry, so far. His high score is 10. His average is 8.5. And India really need him to improve his high score here if they are to post anything resembling a competitive total. Mulder around the wicket to the left-handed Varma, who plays a late cut, which is fielded down at third man. There is a single. Varma retains strike after 19 overs. India are 102 for 3. All right. Keshav Maharaj is continuing. He is to bowl the 20th over. He is bowling to Tilak Varma over the wicket. And Maharaj begins his third over with 2 dot balls. He has figures of none for 8 from his first 2. Third delivery flighted by Maharaj, tossed up a bit, and Varma can only defend that. There is no run again. Next one flatter and on a middle stump line as my picture is cutting out. Excellent. He played that into the onside. I can't tell you exactly where it went, but it is another dot ball as the fifth delivery is bowled by Maharaj outside the off stump. Relatively full, and Varma comes forward, defends it back into the ground. There is another dot, and sixth delivery is defended out into the leg side this time. The result is the same though. Keshav Maharaj has bowled a maiden over. India remain on 102 for 3. We have Tilak Varma on 1 of 7 and Sanju Samson on 38 of 46. India's current run rate is 5.1 and Vian Mulder is continuing. Right arm over the wicket to Samson, who can only play that out to cover. There is no run. India remaining on 102 for 3. Mulder right arm over the wicket, and this is played out to third man by Samson. He takes a single, 103 for 3, and Tilak Varma is now on strike facing Vian Mulder. And the current run rate is dropping close to 5 now. Mulder around the wicket to the left-handed Tilak Varma, who defends this ball back to him. Mulder feels it, picks it up as if to throw down the stumps at the striker's end. Decides against it. There's no run as Tilak Varma is back in his crease. Yes. Score remains 103 for 3. Halfway through the 21st over. Right arm around the wicket as Varma placed it out to cover. There is again no run. Mulder into Tilak Varma, right arm around the wicket, and Varma defends that one back to the bowler again. Current run rate now below 5, 4.94, as India are 103 for 3 after 20.5 overs. Mulder, Buran and Burger, the bowlers who are in the wickets, all of them have taken one each. Last wicket to fall, skipper KL Rahul to Vian Mulder via a top edge that was taken by Heinrich Klaassen. And there is a single to end the over from Tilak Varma. India, after 21, are 104 for 3. As we are seeing the South African bowling card, Maharaj, the most economic bowler, only one with an economy below 3. Mulder with an economy of 4.75, the second best economy-wise. And he has, as I said, taken a wicket. So him, Burger and Hendricks each with 1 wicket. And Maharaj is continuing for South Africa. He is coming left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Tilak Varma, who tries to flick that away. Can't really get a hold of it. There is a dot ball to start the 22nd over. Maharaj continues left arm over the wicket, and this one is defended into the offside by Tilak Varma, who still can't manufacture a run of this over. Third delivery defended into the offside where it is fielded by the bowler. Another dot ball. India remaining on 104 for 3. Fourth ball of the over is defended even straighter by Varma. Straight back to Keshav Maharaj, who fields it. And he ends the over with an attempt at a drive into the onside. Nope, I'm sorry, that was the 5th delivery. Anyways, there is no run. Final delivery defended into the onside by Varma. Klaasen sprints into the onside from behind the stumps. Keeper fields it. There is no run. And India remain on 104 for 3. The current run rate is below 5. It's 4.72. We have Tilak Varma on 2 of 17. Sanju Samson on 39 of 48. Keshav Maharaj has bowled 2 maidens in the 4 overs that he has bowled. His figures from 4 overs are none for 8, and I think both of Maharaj's maiden overs were played out by Tilak Varma. But Aiden Markram goes now back to Nandrip Burger. He has figures of 1 for 25 thus far. And he is driven square. First delivery of his over by Sanju Samson. Second delivery is another dot ball played out by Samson. 106 for 3, India after 22.2 overs. Burger continues, left arm around the wicket to Samson, who plays that out to third man. There is another single. Tilak Varma back onto strike now, while the broadcaster projects a score of 238 based on the current run rate of India. Burger left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Varma, who can only play that out to mid-wicket. There is no run. India remain on 107 for 3. Burger left arm over the wicket to Varma, short outside off, and Varma leans back, leaving that one alone. Score remains on 107 for 3. Final delivery of this 23rd over. Burger left arm around over the wicket to Varma. This one is short. Varma pulls and they take a single. India 108 for 3. Not sure if Tilak Varma hogging the strike on 3 from 20 is the right thing to do for India here. Consolidating the innings is all fine and dandy, but that is a strike rate that would have made Sir Alistair Cook envious. Especially since Maharaj is, of course, back into the attack. And Maharaj has bowled 2 maiden overs. Both of them were faced by Tilak Varma, if I remember correctly. And first delivery of Maharaj's 5th over is another dot, but Tilak Varma can kind of redeem himself off the second delivery, as there is a single in it for him. So Maharaj is now switching around the wicket to the right-handed Samson, who promptly takes him for a single. As we are seeing a father or a family two parents, 2 children, all dressed in Knight Riders jerseys. India 110 for 3. As Maharaj is back into Tilak Varma, he is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Varma, who can only defend it. Back into the ground. Varma 4 of 23. Maharaj left arm over the wicket, and Tilak Varma drives the next delivery straight back at him. There is no run. Final delivery is played for an on drive, which brings Tilak Varma single. He is hogging the strike on 5 of 25. I don't know if that is really what India need here. India, after 24 overs, are 111 for 3. Let's see. Yeah, South Africa have improved their win probability again. Even though the score forecast hasn't changed that much for India, it's still in the low 260s from ESPN Crick Info. As Boga is continuing and Tilak Varma looks like he is trying to up his strike rate. He takes a single off the first ball of the 6th over from Nandre Boga. India 112 for 3 now. Burger coming in, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Samson, who defends that out into the offside in a decidedly awkward manner. It is fielded inside the ring and there is no run, 112 for 3. Samson on 43 of 53. Burger coming back in and Samson defends that one into the offside, down into the ground. It bounces to backward point. There is no run again. India remain on 112 for 3 after 24.3 overs. The projected score based on the current run rate, which is what the broadcaster is using, keeps dropping. There is a hook shot by Sanju Samson into the leg side, but it brings him only a single. India 113 for 3 and Tilak Varma is back on strike. That one was fielded at deep fine leg by South Africa, but India unable to make it more than a single here. Next delivery is played for a dot by Tilak Varma. Final delivery of the 25th over now to come from Nandre Burger, who has thus far figures of 1 for 38. And all I could see there is that Burger is coming left arm over the wicket. There seem to be technical problems with the broadcaster at the moment, but apparently that one was another dot ball. After 25 overs, India are 113 for 3, 2 runs coming off this 6th Nandre Burger over. Here's figures of 1 for 31. The Indian batsmen out in the middle are Tilak Varma and Sanju Samson. Tilak Varma is on 6 of 28 and Sanju Samson on 44 of 55. And Keshav Maharaj is to continue. He is bowling left arm around the wicket to Sanju Samson, and Samson is able to take a single to mid-off of the second delivery of the 26th over, and India are 114 for 3. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Varma, who plays a an on drive, which is fielded by mid-on. India trot through for a single. 115 for 3 now. Left arm around the wicket to Samson, who can only play that out back to the bowler. There is no run. Left arm around the wicket and Samson plays a single out to long off. India 116 for 3. One delivery to come in this 6th Keshav Maharaj over, which will be faced by Tilak Varma, the left-hander. So Maharaj switches back to over the wicket. And this one is blocked back to him. There is no run after 26 overs. India are 116 for 3. Tilak Varma is on 7 of 30. Sanju Samson on 46 of 59. And as far as I can tell, the South African captain has decided if you want something done, better do it yourself. So he's brought himself on with his off-break bowling. Yes, Aiden Markram is into the attack. He has 18 wickets in one-day internationals. Best bowling in an innings figures of 2 for 18. An average in the middle of the 40s, 45.28. Samson is 4 away from his 50, but he can't make any use of the first delivery of that Markram over, as Markram is coming right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Samson, who plays out 2 dot balls in this over. And the third one brings him a single as he tries to drive into the offside. There is a misfield at cover and it is saved behind by a fielder in the outfield, and the Indian batsmen come through for a single. Markram stays around the wicket to the left-handed Varma, who plays out the first delivery he faces from the South African captain to mid-on, and there is no run. Fifth delivery is defended back to the bowler by Varma, still no run. He's on 7 of 32. Final delivery of the over. And there are hands on heads as no one is quite sure how that didn't crash into his stumps. It takes an inside edge, or the inside edge of Tilak Varma, and no one is really sure how that did not go into his stumps. Markram is visibly frustrated here. No matter. India 117 for 3 after 27 overs. There was 1 run of this Aiden Markram over, who has figures of none for 1. And now he is bringing Björn Hendricks back, who has figures of 1 for 20 of 4 overs. There is a mid-on, there is a mid-off for him, there's a point, there's a mid-wicket. South Africa at this stage content to stop the runs. This one is defended down into the ground. There is no run from Sanju Samson. second delivery of the over, and Hendricks left arm around the wicket to Sanju Samson, who pulls him to fine leg where it is fielded at the boundary, and India take a couple, 119 for 3 after 27.2 overs. Samson now on 49, within sight of his 50. Next delivery, left arm around the wicket, and this is defended by Samson into the offside. He remains on 49. Next delivery is guided down to third man with a horizontal bat by Sanju Samson, and that one is his 50. It has come off 66 deliveries. India 120 for 3 after 27.4 overs. Next delivery is played for a single into the leg side by Tilak Varma, bringing Samson back onto strike. Samson going along at the strike rate of 74.62, while Tilak Varma's strike rate is 23.52. Yes, but the single that Varma took there means that the partnership has now moved on to 20 of 54 though. Not going along at a rapid pace, these two here. Samson has contributed 13 to this partnership and Varma 8. The projected score, depending on what methodology you use, is somewhere around there where they ended up during the last one-day international, around 210, 220. Which they probably won't be able to defend again. Well, anyways, Aiden Markram is back. And he concedes 3 leg byes of his first delivery. But he can keep them to a dot on the second delivery. Third delivery is clipped to mid-wicket by Samson and they take a run, 125 for 3 after 28.5 overs for India. Run rate 4.39. Projected score is 219 based on the runs per over they have scored thus far, which is what the broadcaster is using. For some reason, ESPN Cricinfo is still projecting a score of 259 for India. Which I think is a bit optimistic, considering that the last really recognized batsman is in this lineup is probably Rinku Singh, and he is the next batsman in. Well, after 29 overs, India are 126 for 3. 5 runs have come off this Aiden Markram over. Sanju Samson is on 51 not out. Tilak Varma is on 9 not out. Aiden Markram has bowled 2 overs and he has figures of none for 3 from them. And Markram is bringing left arm pace back into the attack. It's Björn Hendricks to Varma, left arm over the wicket. And there is no run as he bowls that relatively full. And it is blocked towards point by Varma, as this one is a bit outside of stump. No run there. Partnership is 25. Left arm over the wicket. This time it's a bit too short and it is pulled by Tilak Varma over mid-wicket. 1 bounce 4. And that is what is needed. Boundaries. This is Varma's first boundary of the innings, and he has faced let me see, almost 40 balls. This is his first boundary of the 39th delivery he faces. And apparently, this is his second one-day international boundary of his career. He's on 13 of 40. India 130 for 3. Fourth delivery, and again there is a pull, but there is a deep mid-wicket in place for it this time. And they keep Tilak Varma to a single. India 131 for 3. Samson back onto strike. He's on 51 not out. Hendricks, left arm around the wicket, and there is a very straight drive by Samson that is fielded by mid-on. And they take another single, 132 for 3. And there was almost a mix-up. The fielder coming in, fielding that, trying to throw it to the bowler. to effect a run out as Varma was way out of his crease. Overthrow though, and they take the single. Final delivery of the 30th over is another dot ball, and India are 132 for 3. Six runs have come of this Bjorn Hendricks over. Varma on 14 of 42, Samson on 52 of 71. Hendricks has figures of 1 for 30 from 6. And it is Aidan Markram to continue, who has figures of none for 3 of 2. Right arm round the wicket to Sanju Samson, who steps back to leg, tries to make room, but there is just another dot ball. The average first innings total at Boland Park in a day-night match, as such as this one, apparently is 272, and India seem to be a long way off from that here. There is a drive from Samson of the third ball of the over, and it brings India another single, 133 for 3, as Varma now opens his shoulders, cuts Markram away, but there is only another single in it for India. Varma moves on to 15, Samson back onto strike on 53, Markram coming in, right arm around the wicket, and Samson pulls that one to deep mid-wicket, where it is fielded, and they come through for another single. India 135 for 3. Final delivery of the over, and that is played out to cover by Samson, and there is no by Varma, and there is no run. Please excuse me for just a second. Sorry everyone, I am back. I had to clarify something with my partner. She's sometimes a bit confused by how this cricket works with the timings and stuff like that. Okay, we have Wian Mulder back on for the 32nd over. 2 singles of the first deliveries. India move not very briskly onto 137 for 3 in the 32nd over. Samson to face, and he guides that one down to third man. There is another single. 3 singles of the first 3 deliveries of Björn Hendricks's Wian Mulder's 5th over. And now Tilak Varma has to face him, and here is Wian Mulder, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Varma. And he clips it just over mid-wicket. Just. Only just. It's fielded in the deep, and India come through for a single. And even if that had been within the reach of mid-wicket, the smart thing to do for South Africa there would probably have been the tactical drop, considering Tilak Varma is on 17 of 46 deliveries. His strike rate is slowly climbing up, now just a tad below 40. Final delivery of the 32nd over, and there is no run by Sanju Samson. India remaining on 139 for 3 after 32 overs. Current run rate is 4.34. Reminder, you can get in touch via the YouTube chat. Please do, so I know that I'm not doing this totally for no one or just myself this time around. You can also tweet me. There is the Twitter handle on the screen. I will be monitoring that one as well. And Markram is back for his 4th over. And this time there is a single of the first delivery by Tilak Varma. Partnership moves on to 39 of 80 between these two. Next delivery is a swing and a miss by Samson, who tries a reverse sweep. Klaasen takes off the bails, but Samson is clearly in. His foot planted on and behind the line. There is no appeal and no discussion. Klaasen just hammers in the bails again and the stumps again and replaces the bails. Next delivery is played to deep mid wicket by Samson, and they take a single. They take 2. Next one is pulled by Samson, but it is fielded out in the deep at deep mid wicket, and they take another single. Tilak Varma back on strike, 143 for 3 after 32.4 overs. And that one is straight, lofted, very, very high, very, very handsome and far by Tilak Varma. That is 6 runs as he dances down the pitch, gets the meat of the bat onto that delivery from captain Aidan Markram, and that is Tilak Varma's first 6 in one-day international cricket. Only his 3rd boundary of his career, of his international one-day international career. And he brings his strike rate up to 50 with that single shot. A dot ball to end the over, and India are 149 for 3, and we are having a drinks break, and I'll be back after that one. And we continue with Wian Mulder after that drinks break. And he begins his now his 6th over with a single and a dot to Samson and Varma, Tilak Varma respectively. India 150 for 3 after 33.2 overs. Next one is Flicked Off His Pads by Tilak Varma. And there is another single. India 151 for 3. This single brings up the 50-run partnership between these two. Samson back on strike, and Mulder comes in right arm over the wicket, and this is a late cut from Samson, and it's another single. India 152 for 3. The run rate is 4.51 currently. I don't think this is where India wanted to be at this stage. Considering they have lost only 3 wickets, but the next batsman in, Rinku Singh. Who else is behind him there? Yes, Rinku Singh is probably the last recognized batsman. He is next one in for India, as there is another boundary for India. A rather spectacular reverse ramp from Tilak Varma to end the over from Vian Mulder. India move on to 156 for 3. Varma on 29 of 53. Samson on 61 of 84. Mulder has figures of 1 for 30 from 6. And Aidan Markram continues to Sanju Samson, who attempts a drive, doesn't get a hold of it. There is an inside edge that goes into the leg side where it is fielded. There is no run. Markram to Samson, and that one is a single to mid-wicket. Slightly forward of, or between square leg and mid-wicket, slightly forward of mid-wicket. 3 fielders converging on that ball. Can't prevent the single though. Markram right arm around the wicket to Varma, who plays that out to cover for a single. Sanju Samson back on strike. India 158 for 3. And that is an attempt at a very fine pull. Can't really get a hold of it though. And it is fielded at fine leg. Another attempted pull. This time it is aerial. Falls safely though and is fielded at deep backward square leg. There is a single this time though. Tilak Varma now on strike on 30 of 54. India 159 for 3. And there is a dot ball by Varma out to mid-wicket. No, sorry, it's of course it's Varma. He's the left-hander. This is driven to cover. India remain on 159 for 3. Still 15 overs to go. If they keep going along at the current run rate, they will end up around 227, which is probably a very dicey proposition for their bowling attack. Mulder continues, right arm over the wicket to Sanju Samson, who drives this to long off. There is a single. Varma on strike. (160) up for India in the 36th over. And Mulder right arm around the wicket. And this is fielded by Point, who falls down in the process. Prevents the run though. India remain on 160 for 3. Mulder right arm around the wicket. Short ball, tries to pull it. Is almost a meter out of his ground before being sent back by his partner Sanju Samson. There is no run. India remain on 160 for 3. Runs seem to be relatively hard to come by here, and there is a short one and a swivel pull by Tilak Varma. He misses it. Klaasen gathers it and seems to appeal, but it seems to be one of those tactical appeals to distract the umpire from the fact that this is a wide, and the umpire doesn't fall for it this time. It's given as a wide. India 161 for 3. He'll have to bowl that one again. And he comes right arm around the wicket. And this one is wide down the leg side. No chance for Tilak Varma to lay bat onto that ball. India 162 for 3. Halfway through the 36th over. Mulder has figures of 1 for 33 from 6.5 overs, and he continues right arm around the wicket, and this is a late cut that is fielded at deep third man by South Africa. That's Nandre Borga down there apparently, and India take a second after there is a wayward throw from the outfield, and they move on to 164 for 3. 2 deliveries still to come, and Mulder right arm around the wicket. This one is clipped by Varma. They take a single. 165 for 3. Current run rate is slowly increasing. It is now back up to 4.6. Final delivery of the over from Vian Mulder. Right arm over the wicket to Samson, who can only clip that to short mid wicket. And there is no run. 14 overs to go, and India are on 165 for 3. Sanju Samson is on 64 of 90. Tilak Verma is on 33 of 59. Vian Mulder with figures of 1 for 36 of 7. And Lizard Williams to continue with his 7th over. Right medium fast to Tilak Verma, the left-handed batsman. Partnership is now 64 of 105 deliveries. Verma now, Tilak Verma taking strike. Lizard Williams right arm round the wicket. And there is a misfield at mid-off. Looked like he had stopped it. He didn't, got through him, and it dribbles away to the boundary. For 4 runs, yes. Who is that? That's Keshav Maharaj at mid-off. Brings his hands down, tries to grab it, but all he can hold on to is empty air. 4 runs. Next one is right arm around the wicket, a bit too short, and Tilak Verma clips that one off his hip for a single. The 70 partnership is within reach, as it is now 69, and it also brings up the 170 for India. Samson is on strike. Williams, right arm over the wicket. Too short and pulled by Samson, and it is to the right of mid-on and to the left of mid-wicket. It pierces the field, runs through to the boundary. There is another for India. Now 174 for 3. There have been 14 4s and 2 6s in this innings. Fourth delivery of the over. And there is a misfield at backward point for Samson. Third man has to come running around, and that is Keshav Maharaj, who just manages to stop the boundary, but India have come back for 3. Yes, indeed, they have. It's 177 for 3 now. Bringing Tilak Varma back onto strike to Lizard Williams, who comes in right arm around the wicket. This one is short, and Varma tries to ramp it over the keeper. Doesn't get a bat to it. Klaasen takes it, and there is no run, but pretty good over so far for India. 8, 9, 12 runs from it thus far. And there is a final delivery yet to come from Lizard Williams to Tilak Varma. Right arm around the wicket. And that is a full toss, and it is pulled into the leg side. There is only a single though after 37 overs. India are 178 for 3. Let's see what Aiden Markram decides to do now. Well, if you got any questions, any predictions, just want to get in touch with the stream, you can always use the YouTube chat, or you can tweet me. There is my Twitter handle. I will monitor both social media channels. It's Keshav Maharaj who is back into the attack to Tilak Varma, and he is left arm over the wicket and swept by Varma. There is only a single. Bringing Samson back onto strike. Maharaj left arm round the wicket, and this one is driven by Samson, but the South African fielding can restrict the Indian batsman to another single. Brings up the 180 for India, though the partnership now 79 of 113. Maharaj left arm over the wicket to Tilak Varma, who defends a fuller ball into the offside. There is no run. Maharaj left arm over the wicket, and this is jabbed out into the offside. They come through for a quick single, bringing up the 80-run partnership. India 181 for 3. In the 38th over, Samson on strike. Maharaj changes back to around the wicket. Samson taps it back to Maharaj. There is no run. And next delivery is a slap over covers as Samson dances down the pitch to Maharaj, coming around the wicket, and that is 4 runs for India. A boundary to end the 38th over. India 185 for 3, 7 runs off this Maharaj over. The current run rate is slowly climbing back into the region of 5 and over. Sanju Samson on 76, Tilak Varma on 41. Keshav Maharaj now has figures of none for 21 of 7, and South Africa are going back to Lizard Williams, who is coming right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Tilak Varma, who tries to cut a shorter ball away. Now there is no run though. Second delivery, right arm around the wicket, and there is a pole shot, and fine leg is only a meter away from the ball as it crashes into the boundary rope. Doesn't matter for Tilak Varma, another 4 runs. India 189 for 3 now. The only question is if this is too little too late. This is pulled very, very fine by Tilak Varma. And this one is played out into the offside for a single by Varma, bringing up the 190 for India. 16 fours now in the innings. Still only 2 sixes. Samson back onto strike. He is on 76 of 95. Tilak Varma has raced to 46 of 69. His highest score in one-day international cricket so far, and he will want to bring up his maiden 50, and this one is too short by Lizard Williams, who comes right arm over the wicket to Sanju Samson, who pulls this one short from outside of stump. And this one has gone for 6 over mid-wicket. And to add insult to injury, Lizard Williams has also overstepped. So this is 6 runs plus 1 for a no ball and a free hit coming up now. Free hit coming up. Samson on 82. Williams right arm over the wicket, and Samson flicks that into the leg side. It is fielded at deep square. And they only take a single. And this is one that Lizard Williams feel like he's gotten away with one. Because if Samson had gotten real bad onto that, it would have gone away for 6 as well. Anyway, Williams now coming in around the wicket to Tilak Varma, who tries to pull him, mistimes it, gets a top edge. The bowler and the keeper are running in, and Varma looks as if he is ready to set off. He is sent back by Samson though, while the ball falls safely between the bowler coming in and the keeper doing the same. Falls to the ground about a meter from the batsman. India closing in on 200 runs now. 198 for 3 thus far. Yes, because there is a dot to close out the 39th over. Tilak Varma on 46, Sanju Samson on 83. Lizard Williams with figures of none for 56 of 8. Keshav Maharaj figures of none for 21 of 7 thus far, which include 2 maidens that have been faced exclusively by Tilak Varma. The projected score for India has crept up over 250 according to the broadcaster and over 280 according to Cricinfo now. Cricinfo has them at 283 while the broadcaster had them at 253, I think. And India are back as favorites in the win probability on ESPN Cricinfo. They are almost 55% favorites now. Anyway, Maharaj continues. There is a single off his first ball, and India are on 199, 200 up for India. 100 partnership is within reach of Tilak Varma and Sanju Samson, as there is a premeditated reverse sweep which brings up the 200 for India in the 20th over as Tilak Varma takes a single. 200 for 3, this partnership one short of a century partnership. Samson punches that out to long off, and there is another single, and that is the 100 partnership between these two. India 201 for 3 in the 40th over. This partnership 100 runs off 127 deliveries. All right, just tweeted out that India have gone on to break the 200. Let's see. Well, end of the 40th over, India are 203 for 3, Sanju Samson on 86 and Tilak Varma on 48. This Maharaj over has gone for 5 runs, and the current run rate is now back up above 5. As we are entering the death overs of this match, and Aiden Markram is going back to pace for the death. It is Nandre Borger back into the attack. Left arm around the wicket to Sanju Samson, and that one is in the slot. And it is deposited over deep mid wicket by Sanju Samson. That is 6 runs for Sanju Samson, who is now into the 90s. He's on 92 right now. And in his 16th match, this is his personal best in one-day internationals thus far, Sanju Samson. And next delivery is a single. He's on 94 now of 103 runs. Burger in left arm around the wicket, and this is pulled fine by Samson for a single. He moves on to a 95 of 104. India 212 for 3. Might this be the match-defining innings here from Sanju Samson? He definitely did a job here, gave India the chance to post a score that is competitive, if not above average, actually. Next delivery, and Tilak Varma looks like he is trying to be a bit too cute, trying to uppercut Burger. Doesn't get a bat on it, luckily enough, as Klaasen takes that cleanly. He is 2 away from his 50. Penultimate delivery, and this one is pulled into the leg side by Tilak Varma as Nandre Burger comes left arm over the wicket and bowls this one a bit too short. Just a tad. It's on the shorter side of a good length, and this one races away to the boundary for 4 runs, and that is a 50 for Tilak Varma, his maiden one-day international 50 in his 4th match. His average has climbed to 34, if he remains not out, that is. Final delivery is a swing and a miss as he steps away to the leg side and tries a cross-batted shot that he doesn't get any bat on. Nonetheless, a 13 run over is exactly what India needed at this point. They ended on 216 for 3. Tilak Varma on 52, Sanju Samson on 95. Burger with figures of 1 for 44 after 7. And Maharaj still has 2 overs left. He has figures of none for 26. The only bowler in the match to bowl a maiden, if I remember correctly. Yes, he is the only bowler to bowl a maiden, and he has bowled 2 of them. First delivery of the 42nd over, Samson facing up to Maharaj, left arm around the wicket. And this is played out into the offside, and Samson takes a single. Tilak Varma now back onto strike to Maharaj, who has been problematic for him. Down on one knee goes Tilak Varma as Maharaj comes left arm over the wicket, and there is a sweep shot which is taken at deep mid-wicket. And that is the end of Tilak Varma. He is out. Court Mulder bowled Maharaj for 52 with a strike rate of 67.53. He started very, very, very sluggishly, but he stitched together a 100-run partnership with Sanju Samson, which came off. It's a 116 partnership which came off 136 deliveries, which is not that bad. It's actually pretty good, I would say. And we have Rinku Singh out into the middle. This is his second one-day international after having been given his cap during the last match in Bercha. Yes, Rinku Singh is in his second match. He has an average of not that many. The second delivery of Maharaj that he faces, he absolutely smacks for 4 runs into the offside as he dances down the pitch and plays him over mid-on. There is 1 bounce for India, 221 for 4. 2 deliveries in Maharaj's over left arm over the wicket to Rinku Singh, who defends that back to Maharaj. There is no run. 221 for 4. Final delivery of Maharaj's 9th over, and this is driven to long on for a single. Rinku is hogging the strike. He is 5 of 4, and Samson on the other end is on 96 of 105. India end the 42nd over on 222 for 4. Nandre Boga back into the attack. He is bowling to Rinku Singh. He's coming in left arm over the wicket, and this is guided to backward point by the left-handed Rinku Singh, and there is no run. India remain on 222 for 4 in the 43rd over. And this one from Boga is a delivery that is a bit short. He's coming in left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rinku Singh on an off-stump line, but too short, and Rinku Singh pulls that aerially into the leg side. This is 6 runs. India 228 for 4 now. Yes, this is flying over fine leg. Has the distance. Next one, a better delivery, and Rinku is furious with himself that he missed out on that, I think. Yes, this one is short. It's on a line outside of stump, and Rinku doesn't get bat on it. Next delivery is on a length, pulled down to fine leg by Rinku Singh, and they come through for a single. India 229 for 4. Sanju Samson back on strike. 2 deliveries left in the over. Can he bring up his ton here, his maiden one-day international ton? Fifth delivery of the over is he's merely able to defend that back to the bowler. There is no run. Do not throw it away here, Sanju. Final delivery of the 43rd over. Clipped off his hip, down to deep fine leg, and that is a single, and Sanju Samson moves on to 97. Just a second, I will be back in just a second. Had to make some arrangements for a snack during the innings break. We had 2 singles of the first deliveries of a Maharashtra bowl over, and Sanju Samson is facing on 98. He gets it down to long off for another single, bringing Rinku back on strike. He's on 13 of 9, but much more importantly, Sanju Samson is on 99 and might be on his way to his first one-day international ton, as Rinku Singh is trying to play a premeditated reverse sweep to a ball that is going down leg side. Doesn't get bat to it. There is a dot ball. Next delivery, same plan. This time he gets bat onto it. They take a single. There is one delivery still to come in this Keshav Maharaj over, and it is Sanju Samson to face it. Can he do it here? A maiden one-day international 100 for Sanju Samson. Yes, he can do it. Keshav Maharaj is coming in, left arm around the wicket, and Sanju Samson drives this to long off, and they come through for a riskless single. India 235, but much more importantly, Sanju Samson 100, not out his maiden one-day international 100. And I will have to tweet that out. Give me a second. Okay. 6 overs still to go. Sanju Samson made his maiden one-day international ton. He's on 100 and he is facing Buren Hendricks, who is back for his 7th over. Hendricks left arm around the wicket, and it is pulled to mid-wicket by Samson, deep mid-wicket. And there is a single. Sanju Samson moves on to 101. India 236 for 4. As we see the celebration of Samson's ton in a replay, he is flexing his biceps in celebration, and Rinku Singh, there is a cut as Buren Hendricks comes left arm over the wicket, and there is a single for Rinku Singh. The current run rate is 5.35. The average first innings total at Boland Park is 272, at least during day-night games. And I remind you, this is a day-night game. India are about 35 away from that, with 5 overs to go. During the last 5 overs, they have gone along at 7.4. So if they can keep this scoring rate up, this score looks on pace to at least be an average one-day international score here at Boland Park in Paarl. Left arm over the wicket comes Buren Hendricks to the left-handed Rinku Singh, who tries to pull that one. He seems not to get any bat onto that. There is no run. India remain on 238 for 4. Penultimate delivery, left arm over the wicket and slashed at by Rinku Singh. And this is fielded at deep cover. India take 2. No, it's not 2. He takes just a single. and that means Sanju Samson is to face Bjorn Hendricks for the final delivery. Hendricks left arm round the wicket to the right-handed. Sanju Samson bowls this one wide outside of stump, and it's also very short, and that one is pulled by Sanju Samson over mid-wicket, and it's got the legs. This is another 6. As it flies into the advertising board behind the boundary rope. 6 runs, India 245 for 4, Samson on 108, Rinku Singh on 16. 10 runs of that last Bjorn Hendricks over. Maharaj is the one bowler to have bowled out. He ends the day with figures of 1 for 37 from 10. Lizard Williams is back into the attack for his 9th over. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rinku Singh, who can only play this out to cover. And there is no run. Second delivery of the over, and there is a lofted on drive by Rinku Singh that brings him a single. Sanju Samson on 108 of 113 deliveries is now on strike to Lizard Williams. He's facing up. Williams, right arm over the wicket and slashed at by Samson, and that one is taken very, very safely by Risa Hendricks. Sanju Samson falls as he skies one up into the air over Paarl, and he is gone for 108. Yes, that looks like it's taken at mid on. Well, Sanju Samson is out, caught Risa Hendricks, bowled Williams 108 at a strike rate of 94.73. Very good innings from Sanju Samson. He will be a bit disappointed with himself to give it away like that, because the next batsman in at number 7 is Akshar Patel. Who has an average of below 20 in one-day internationals, and one could argue that he is no mug with the bat, but he's not a full-grown all-rounder either. He is on strike anyway to Lizard Williams. And Williams coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Akshay Patel. And this one is wide down the leg side, and it's given as a wide. India 247 for 5 after 45.3 overs. Akshay Patel on naught of naught. Rinku Singh 17 of 16. Next one from Williams, much better line and a lofted on drive that is falling short of the fielder at long on. As we are seeing replays of Williams congratulating Sanju Samson on his 100. Well, Akshay off the mark, then another single to Rinku Singh, so Akshay Patel will have to face the final delivery of this Lizard Williams over, his 9th. Another single will bring India on to 250 as they are currently 249 for 5. Williams in, right arm over the wicket to Akshay Patel, who tries an awkward looking cut shot, doesn't make contact, and the score remains 249 for 5. Well, a reminder that you can, of course, get in touch with me using the YouTube chat, or you can tweet me. That's the Twitter handle. I will monitor both of these social media channels. Let's see, as we have Bjorn Hendricks coming in, and he is deflected by Rinku Singh to the right of backward point, and yes, this is between backward point and third man. No chance for either of them, and it runs away to the boundary for a 4. India bring up their 250, 253 for 5 now. Next one by Hendricks is a wide down the leg side. Klaasen is lucky to stop that from running away to the boundary. He'll have to bowl that one again. India 254 for 5 after 46.1 overs. Next delivery is squeezed to cover by Rinku Singh for a single. Akshay back onto strike. India 255 for 5. Ooh, that's a Yorker. That was a Yorker by Hendricks. Next one is in the slot, and Akshay's eyes light up but he doesn't get as much on it as he wants. And that one is out. Tries to whip that one over the longest boundary in the ground. And that is Akshay Patel out, caught Mulder, bowled Hendricks for 1 at a strike rate of 33.33. And that is India's problem. That now brings Washington Sundar at 8 into the middle. He is at best a bowling all-rounder and not a batting all-rounder. In his 19th match in one-day international cricket, his highest score is 51 thus far. As there seems to be a bit of a interruption for me here. Nope. Here we are. That's just stupid ad management from the broadcaster. As we see that catch at mid-wicket, that meant the end of Akshay Patel. Well, Washington is off the mark of his first delivery faced. The next one is given as a wide, as this is down Rinku Singh's bottom. India 257 for 6. 2 deliveries in the 47th over to go. Rinku Singh squeezes one out to cover. There is a single. 258 for 6. Washington Sundar now to face his second ball from Buren Hendricks. And he slaps that one to mid-on, and there is another single. After 47 overs, India are 259 for 6. This over brought 10 runs and 1 wicket. The current run rate is 5.51. We have Rinku Singh out in the middle on 25 of 21 balls, and Washington Sundar on 1 of 2 should be. First delivery of the 10th over from Lizard Williams brings Washington another single. Rinku Singh is now on strike to face the second delivery. There is a There seems to be some sort of problem. Williams is pulling out of his delivery. Rinku Singh is retaking his guard as the ball has been declared dead. Okay, here we go. And this is almost a baby helicopter shot from Rinku Singh, which brings him another single. Washington Sundar now on strike. He is 3 of 3. India 261 for 6. And that is a shot from Washington Sundar, cross-batted through the covers. No chance for the fielders there. That is his first boundary of the innings. Yes, this is 4 runs to Washington Sundar. He now on 7 of 4. Next one, he falls over as he tries to pull some fancy ramp shot or something like that. Yes, he premeditated a scoop there, did not get any ball onto that one. Bat onto that one. Falls down, goes through to the keeper. And there is no run. Next one is wide down the leg side, and the Indians have taken a run as well, as Klaasen was not able to gather that one cleanly. India 267 for 6. 2 deliveries still to come in this 48th over. Rinku Singh is the batsman facing Lizard Williams, who is coming in right arm over the wicket, and that is a full toss that Rinku Singh whips to deep mid wicket, and they take a single. India 268 for 6. 1 delivery still to come in the 48th over. Washington Sundar to face it. He is on 7 of 5. And this one is lofted. Falls short of long off though. And they seem to have taken 2. Yes, very good running. They really ran 2 during a mistimed lofted shot that was falling short of long off. India 270 for 6 after 48 overs. 2 still to come. The average score of the first innings here at Logan's Park still 2 runs away for India. But they still have 12 deliveries to make it. Rinku Singh to face, he's on 26 of 22. Washington Sundar on 9 of 6. And it is Bjorn Hendricks. And first delivery is dragged down by Rinku Singh to long on. There is a single, Washington Sundar on strike to face his first Bjorn Hendricks delivery of the over, I think. Nope, I'm sorry. He came in after Hendricks dismissed Akshar Patel. My bad. Sorry, everyone. Second delivery. Left arm over the wicket, and This is pulled relatively fine from Washington Sundar, and that is another boundary. It's coming off the toe end of the bat. Doesn't matter. It goes over short fine leg and runs away to the boundary. 4 runs for Washington Sundar. India 275 for 6. After a very, very stuttering start from India and then a very, very slow consolidation phase, mostly from Tilak Varma, India have come back into this match, one would assume. That boundary by Washington Sundar is followed by a single, bringing Rinku Singh back onto strike. India 276 for 6. 1.5 overs left in this innings. Bjorn Hendricks is back, left arm over the wicket, and there is a mistimed pull from Rinku Singh that brings India only a single. 277 for 6 now. Washington Sundar on strike to face the 5th delivery of this 9th Bjorn Hendricks over. Hendricks coming into Sundar. Full toss, a toss that is actually taken at long off. Markram is taking the catch here at the boundary, but he is moving backwards, so he pops it up. Immediately, he's taking it in the air. He loses his footing, pops the ball back up, regains his footing, and then takes it on the second attempt. Washington Sundar is gone for 14, faced 9 balls, strike rate of 155.6. And that brings Arshdeep Singh at number 9 into the middle. Well, what do you think? Is this a competitive innings by India? Should they have accelerated earlier? Will their relatively slow going in the middle overs cost them, as Bjorn Hendricks is coming in left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Arshdeep Singh, and this one is in the slot, and Arshdeep Singh picks it up very, very nicely, gets the bat under it and smacks it over long on for 6 runs. India 283 for 7 after 49 overs. This 49th over was bowled by Bjorn Hendricks. It brought 13 runs for India and 1 wicket for South Africa, that of Washington Sundar. Final over of the innings. Who is going to bowl it? it is come on, tell me. Yes, it is Nandre Boga. The left armer is bowling the final over of this Indian innings, and he bowls left arm over the wicket to Rinku Singh, who drives him gloriously inside out for 4 runs. No chance for cover there. The ball goes over his head, away to the boundary. 287 for 7. And the next one from Boga after the last one is too full. This one is too short, and it is there to pull. And Rinku Singh pulls it. Very fine. And it goes for 6 runs over deep fine leg. India 293 for 8. As apparently Sean Pollock is on the boundary down there at fine leg, and he is trying to catch that one beyond the boundary rope, but he can't get any hands to it, and we see him laughing there as someone comes to fix his microphone. Well then, 4 deliveries to go. Boga in, left arm over the wicket to Rinku Singh. Full toss that is taken at deep mid wicket. As Rinku Singh's eyes lit up as he sees that this is a full toss, he swings for the fences, doesn't get enough of it, can only find the fielder at deep mid wicket, and that is Reza Hendricks, who takes an excellent catch, even better than the one by Aiden Markram before, if only for the fact that he didn't have to juggle it. And Rinku Singh is gone. Caught Hendricks, bowled Burger for 38 at a strike rate of 140.74, but with only 3 more deliveries to go, I think India won't mind as much. That brings Avesh Khan out into the middle at number 10. In his 8th match, he has made 23 runs in his one-day international career. His high score is 10. No, he has made 22 runs. And his average is 7.67. Avesh Khan to face Nandre Boga. Boga left arm around the wicket, and Avesh steps back to the leg side, makes room and squeezes that out into the offside. He takes a single to bring Arshdeep Singh back onto strike. Arshdeep Singh is back on strike. He has a strike rate of 600 thus far. He slices one and takes another single into the offside. It's fielded at point. deep point. He moves on to 7. Avesh Khan on 1, facing the final delivery of the match, and he misses it, and they run 1, and that is it. India end their innings on 296 for 8. Let us just have a look at highlights from the scorecard. After Rajat Patidar and Sai Sudarshan fell relatively cheaply, Patidar for 22 and Sudarshan for 10. That brought Sanju Samson and KL Rahul out into the middle together, and they had to repair the innings. Rahul fell relatively cheaply as well for 21, but South Africa had a real problem removing Samson, and he was then joined by Tilak Varma, who started his innings very, very, very slowly, but he remained out there together with his partner Sanju Samson before he was eventually dismissed for 52. By that time, India had crossed 200, though, which seemed relatively good, considering they lost their third wicket at 100. So there was a 100-run partnership, over 100 run, 116 between Tilak Varma and Sanju Samson. The tail then managed, or the lower order then managed to accelerate, and even though Samson fell for 108, he brought up a century and helped India to 296 for 8, which seems like a relatively competitive score. Among the South African bowlers, the standout was Bjorn Hendricks, who took 3 for 63 of 9, and then there was Nandre Bolger with 2 for 64 of 9. Lizard Williams, Wian Mulder, and Keshav Maharaj with 1 each. Merely Aiden Markram being unlucky in the South African bowling lineup. He took no wickets, though he bowled 5 overs. The target for South Africa in around 25 minutes will be 297. So please join me in about 25 minutes when I will be back with the South African chase. Yes, until then I will have something to eat. And see you all later. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Paarl, third one-day international of this India tour of South Africa, between India and South Africa, of course. The series has been drawn 1-1 after the first two matches. And earlier today, India were going along relatively sluggishly, falling to 101 for 3. But then came a marvelous recovery from Sanju Samson, who reached his maiden one-day international 100, and Tilak Varma, even though their partnership started out very, very slowly, they and the tail helped India to 296 for 8. 93 runs coming off the death as the tail wagged quite a bit, setting South Africa now a target of 297. India didn't look set for a total this big for much of their innings. At some points, I wouldn't have believed that they were going to break 200. But they did. They almost made 300. And I think that South Africa now really have an interesting, let's say interesting chase on their hands. This is by no means an easy chase, even though the what was it? The average first innings score in day-night matches at Logan's Park in Paarl is 272. So India posting an above average score here. For very, very long stretches of this innings, it didn't look as if the scoring was very easy here. And I think the Indian experience told in the end. They didn't lose their mind like they did in the second one-day international. They didn't lose their nerve. They knew that they can accelerate maybe in the last 20 overs. And they absolutely did. Thus making this probably the most interesting chase of the whole series, because the first one was 117 and the second one was 212. Both not very good targets. First time South Africa set the target, second time India set the target. Relatively uninteresting chases. All right, and we have the opening batsman out in the middle for South Africa, and to no one's surprise, they are Risa Hendricks and Tony de Zorzi. De Zorzi, the hero of the second one-day international, where in his, I think, fourth one-day international, he made his maiden one-day international ton in the same match where he reached 50 for the first time in one-day internationals. So very well done him there. India are opening the bowling with Mukesh Kumar. Also not much of a surprise there. They opened with him in the first and second one-day international as well. And the first one is right arm over the wicket to Risa Hendricks, who defends that with a very straight bat into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, if you want to get in touch with me, feel free to use the YouTube chat or use Twitter. There is the Twitter handle. I will be monitoring both social media channels. Second delivery is a bit more leg side from Mukesh, and Hendricks is able to play that into the deep on the leg side. South Africa come through for a single. Risa Hendricks is off the mark. South Africa 2 for no loss. Hendricks on 2, de Zorzi on 0. Here we go. Third delivery of the over, and Hendricks jams his bat down on that. It dribbles away to point, and there is no run. Third ball of the over, Mukesh comes in on a length, and it is aimed at Hendricks' pads, and he brings the bat down vertically, and there is no run again as Mukesh fields this one himself. South Africa remain on 2 for no loss. Fifth ball of the over results in a dot as well. The required run rate has now climbed up to around 6, as we are seeing a replay of Sean Pollock during the first innings beyond the boundary, trying to catch a ball that just evaded him. Final delivery of this very, very tidy opening over from Mukesh Kumar is played into the offside for a dot by Risa Hendricks again, and South Africa remain on 2 for no loss after 1 over. The required run rate is now 6.02, and the current run rate is obviously 2. Hendricks on 2, Tony de Zorzi on 0, Mukesh Kumar with figures of none for 2 of 1. Captain KL Rahul continues from the other end with Arshdeep Singh, who played a very useful cameo at the end of the Indian innings. He is coming in left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Tony De Zorzi, who tries to clip one into the leg side that seems to stray a bit onto his pads. Can't pierce the field, and there is no run. Arshdeep coming back in again. Left arm over the wicket to De Zorzi, who tries to slash at it with an angled bat outside the off stump to a good length delivery. And this is a play and a miss. He misjudges the bounce, perhaps. Rahul this time with the gloves behind the stumps, gathers it cleanly, and even though De Zorzi made his maiden one-day international century in the last match, what will forever remain in my memory of his innings is the constant playing and missing at balls that were probably not there to be played at. He was really lucky that he didn't get out there, as he was playing it very loose. Fourth one of the over is given as a wide down the leg side by Arshdeep. De Zorzi was trying to get bat onto that. Obviously didn't, as it was taken behind the stumps by KL Rahul, but there was no appeal, so given as a wide, as he tried to steer that down to fine leg. Next delivery is onto the pads, and De Zorzi does well to defend that one back to the bowler, and there is no run. South Africa, after 1.4 overs, are 3 for no loss. Fifth legal delivery of the over, and this one is short, and a swivel pull from Tony De Zorzi that flies over the head of KL Rahul, and there is no backstop in place, and therefore that's the first boundary of the innings for South Africa. De Zorzi gets a thick top edge, and it flies away to the boundary at backstop. South Africa 7 for no loss. Let's see, do we have anyone with us on any social media? Nope, no one on Twitter, and no one is in the chat right now. Let us see. There is another wide, and then followed by a dot ball to end the second over. South Africa are 8 for no loss. De Zorzi on 4, Risa Hendricks on 2. Arshdeep Singh with current figures of none for 6 of 1. Mukesh Kumar, none for 2 of 1. The current run rate is 4 exactly, and the required run rate is 6.02 because South Africa need 289 runs from 48 overs. And we are informed that the highest successful run chases at Boland Park is 288 for South Africa against India last year. So India would be on the safe side, therefore. First delivery of Mukesh Kumar's second over. It's almost caught down the leg side, but Hendricks apparently couldn't get bat onto that one, and it has also been given as a wide by the on-field umpire. South Africa move on to 9 for no loss. And next one is right arm over the wicket on a length outside the off stump, and this time it is Hendricks' turn to flail at that with a bat at a 45-degree angle, missing it, and South Africa remain on 9 for no loss. Third ball of the over, and there is an appeal. No one is interested, neither the umpires nor Captain KL Rahul, in a review. South Africa come through for a single. Hendricks off strike, De Zorzi on 4, while Hendricks is now on 3. And there is a no ball and a free hit coming up. KL Rahul can't believe it. Seems to be asking some questions. South Africa 11 for no loss. Free hit coming up. Mukesh Kumar is in. Right arm over the wicket. And this one is very wide. And yes, it is given as a wide. 12 without loss. No, the umpire is revising his decision, apparently. Yes, it's also another front foot no ball. So there is still a free hit coming for Tony De Zorzi. He is adjusting his field. There is not that much there. Oh yeah, oh dear. What happened here? De Zorzi gets an inside edge that misses the stumps and runs down very fine towards fine leg, and that is a boundary for Tony De Zorzi. 4 runs for him. South Africa 20 for no loss. 16 for no loss, sorry. $16 for no loss. Fourth delivery coming up, right arm over the wicket, and this one is clipped out to mid wicket by De Zorzi, and there is no run. As we are seeing shots of the crowd, there seems to be a good number of people in today at Paarl at Boland Park. Always good to see. It seems to be a bit of back and forth, and this one is a short one that is outside the off stump, and De Zorzi makes room and pulls that one. It falls safely. A fielder is coming around, almost stopping it trickling into the boundary, but there is no chance. And that is another 4 runs for South Africa. South Africa now 20 for no loss, with 1 delivery to come in the 3rd over. Mukesh in, and that is played out to cover by De Zorzi, and South Africa come through for a single. After 3 overs, South Africa are 21 for no loss. 13 runs have been conceded by Mukesh Kumar in this 3rd over. De Zorzi on 13, Hendricks on 3. Mukesh Kumar with figures of none for 15 of 2 overs. The current run rate is 7.0 and the required run rate is 5.87. Arshdeep continues for India. He bowls his 2nd over, the 4th of the chase. First delivery is a dot ball, as we are now seeing some strange graphics where there are stickmen superimposed over the mechanics of the batsman, so you can really see the angles in the body, in the limbs and extremities, and so on and so forth. Second delivery is played out for a single by De Zorzi. It is flicked wide of mid-wicket for a quick single. South Africa are 22 for no loss. Arshdeep in for his 3rd delivery. That one is clipped off his legs, but it is fielded by square leg. There is no run. Hendricks is back on strike to Arshdeep Singh for the 4th delivery of his over, and Arshdeep is coming in. He stays over the wicket to the right-handed Hendricks, who cuts that over backward point, and that is another 4 runs for South Africa. They move on to 26 for no loss. Another 271 to go. Easy peasy. Next delivery by Arshdeep is a dot ball. And he stays over the wicket to the right-handed Hendricks. The next one is called wide on height. And Arshdeep is warned by the umpire that this is the one bouncer for the over. Hendricks kind of looked like he was trying to ramp that over Rahul's head, and now there is a slip in for Hendricks. But he plays that one out to cover, and there is no run. After 4 overs, South Africa are 27 for no loss. 6 runs coming from this 4th over. Reza Hendricks on 7, Tony de Souza on 14. Arshdeep Singh with figures of none for 12 from 2 overs. Mukesh Kumar with figures of none for 15 of 2 overs. As we see a graphic on the leading run scorers, and the leading run scorer in the series is Tony de Souza with 161 from 3 matches. We have our first change of the chase. We have Avesh Khan coming in, replacing Mukesh Kumar. Yeah, kind of a like-for-like substitution. Avesh Khan, also a right-handed pace bowler. He denies South Africa a run of the first ball of his over. Here is coming in to the left-handed De Souza. Right arm over the wicket, and this one is slashed away by De Souza, and it evades every fielder India have out there, and it crashes into the boundary for 4 runs. This one wasn't that high. It's all timing. He does very well to evade every fielder in that packed offside field that KL Rahul has set for him. Next one is a very, very straight on drive. That is stopped by a fielder coming around. And that is Jaswendra Chahal, who has to be on as a substitute fielder as he is not in the playing 11. Anyway, South Africa use their make use of their of the possibility of a single. They take one. 32 for no loss after 4.4 overs. There is another dot ball, and South Africa remain on 32 for no loss with one delivery remaining in the 5th over. Avesh Khan in for the final delivery. This one is short outside the off stump, and it is slapped by Reza Hendricks aerially over the offside, and it goes into the boundary sponge after hopping several times along the ground. That is another boundary. 4 runs for Reza Hendricks, his second of the innings. South Africa are 36 for no loss after 5 overs, 9 runs of this 5th over. The current run rate is now 7.2. The required run rate has dropped to 5.8. South Africa need another 261 from 45 overs. And looking at the worm graphics on Cricinfo, South Africa and India are relatively head-to-head in in direct comparison here. South Africa may be a bit ahead now that India had lost a wicket at this point, or lost a wicket at this point, basically. The South Africans are hitting boundaries relatively regularly here. That is probably one thing to be wary of for India. Looks like KL Rahul just used Avesh Khan to rotate Mukesh Kumar to the other end, as he is now continuing. And after producing 2 dot balls, he has another loosener. That one is too short, and Desorzi can pull that over a vacant long on for 4 runs, and South Africa move on to 40 for no loss. The next one is even better. It's even shorter, and there is a swivel hook shot from Desorzi. Almost straight over the keeper, and this one is gone for 6 runs. South Africa 46 for no loss after 5.4 overs. Desorzi on 29, Hendricks on 11. Mukesh in again, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Desorzi, who can do nothing but clip that to backward square leg, and there is no run. He seems to be looking to chase this down as fast as possible, which I wouldn't fault him for. I still have to pack my bags. I'm traveling tomorrow to visit family over the holidays. Final delivery of the 6th over is another patented play in the miss from Tony De Zorzi. No run. South Africa remain on 46 for naught. Tony De Zorzi on 29, Reza Hendricks on 11, Mukesh Kumar on 3. Mukesh Kumar has bowled 3 for figures of none for 25. Avesh Khan 1 over with figures of none for 9. Yes, and Arshdeep Singh is back into the attack for India. And this one is picked up by Reza Hendricks. But it doesn't have the legs to reach the boundary. It falls safely into no man's land around between mid-wicket and mid-off. They're coming back for a second, and South Africa advanced to 48 for no loss after 6.1 overs. Hendricks on 13, De Zorzi on 29. Hendricks taking strike again to Arshdeep Singh. Singh coming in, left arm over the wicket, and this one is played out to cover by Hendricks, and there is no run. Arshdeep in, and this is cut brutally by Hendricks. It was too short, too wide, angled across him, and Hendricks makes the most of that, takes a 4, and South Africa advanced to 52 for no loss after 6.3 overs. And KL Rahul looks like he knows that this Indian bowling attack needs to take some wickets relatively soon, because the South Africans don't look as troubled by the pitch or as hard pressed to score runs as the Indian batsmen did in the beginning of their first innings. Let's put it that way. The first wicket partnership is now 53 runs, and they have faced only 46 balls for that. Arshdeep in again, and this is cut down to third man, and South Africa take a single. 54 for no loss. Final delivery of this Arshdeep Singh over now, coming up. Left arm over the wicket to Hendricks, and he tries to poke at it, but he misses. There is a dot ball. South Africa, after 7, are 54 for no loss. 8 runs from this Arshdeep Singh over. The current run rate is now 7.71, miles ahead of the required 5.65. South Africa need another 243 from 43 overs. Hendricks is on 18 and Tony De Zorzi is on 30. Spin for the first time in this chase. Washington Sundar into the attack. The off-break all-rounder, if you will. A right arm around the wicket to Tony De Zorzi, who plays that to mid-wicket, and South Africa go for a single. Hendricks now on strike, and Washington is coming over the wicket to him. Flat now, and this is worked to deep mid-wicket. Or to the right of deep mid-wicket. I think it's... to the left of mid-wicket, I'm sorry. The next one is to De Zorzi, right arm around the wicket. This is wider outside the off... wide leg sidey. I'm sorry. It's a dot ball. The next one, right arm around the wicket to De Zorzi. This one is cut to the left of third man. And South Africa are coming through for 2 runs. .58 for no loss after 7.4 overs. The next one is right arm around the wicket, and there is an attempt at a cut, but it only gets an underedge into his pad for De Zorzi. There is no run. Next one is a premeditated reverse sweep. But he can only find backward point, and that is a good step. No run again. And Washington Sundar surrenders only, or allows only 4 runs in his first over. South Africa move on to 58 for no loss. The current run rate is 7.25. They need another 239 from 42 overs. As Arshdeep continues. Left arm over the wicket, and this one is very short. Even though Hendricks tries to fence at it, it is given as a wide based on height. Second delivery. No, first delivery. That one was a wide. He has to bowl that one again. This one is punched by Hendricks, but it is straight to point, and there is no run. South Africa well ahead of the run rate now. I think the Indian bowling attack needs a breakthrough here. Here is Arshdeep. He is left arm over the wicket and angled across Hendricks, who gets an edge on that. And KL Rahul takes it behind the stumps. And in sharp contrast to the second one-day international, when the Indian bowlers were just too good for the South African batsmen to even get an edge onto the balls. Here, Arshdeep Singh takes Reza Hendricks' edge. He has to go, caught Rahul, bowled Arshdeep for 19 at a strike rate of 79.16, and that is the breakthrough that India were hoping for. South Africa 59 for 1. Still favorites though, according to ESPN Crick Info, and that should bring in Rassie van der Dussen at 3 for South Africa. And I guess I have to stand up for just a second because I've been sitting the whole day. I'll be back momentarily. It is indeed Rassie van der Dussen at 3. He is facing up to Arshdeep Singh, who is bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-handed van der Dussen, and this looks like it takes an edge, but it dies before it can go through to the keeper. Fourth delivery can only play that down into the offside backward of point. There is no run. Very good bowling from Arshdeep. This only a wide conceded in this over. Fifth delivery to come now. Left arm over the wicket, and van der Dussen can only defend that one with the straight bat back to the bowler. The score for South Africa remains 59 for 1. The target, may I remind everyone, is 297. At this stage in their innings, India were 53 for 2 though. As this one squares van der Dussen up, and he can only play it to backward point. No run. Van der Dussen remains on naught of 4. After 9 overs, South Africa 59 for 1. De Zorzi on 33 from 28. No, from 27. Huh. Might have missed a white there. Anyway, Washington Sunda is back. He bowls right arm around the wicket to De Zorzi, and the first two deliveries are dots played out by De Zorzi. Score remains 59 for 1. Third delivery of the over, right arm around the wicket. And this one is a single to point. Not point. It's wide off. It's wide off cover. It's fielded at deep cover by, I don't know who that is. Looks like Chahal, who should be on as a substitute because he's not in the playing 11. South Africa bring up their 60 after 9.3 overs, 60 for 1. And now we have Van der Dussen on strike, and Washington is coming over the wicket to Van der Dussen, where who eases one down to long on. Next one is forced by De Zorzi to extra cover. Another single. One delivery still to come in this over. Thus far, 3 runs off it for South Africa, who are now on 62 for 1. Final delivery for this Washington Sunda over. Right arm over the wicket to Van der Dussen, who defends it down into the ground with a straight bat. And South Africa remain on 62 for 1 after 10. 3 runs from this Washington Sunda over. The current run rate is 6.2. The required run rate is climbing again, 5.87. 235 further runs needed from 40 overs. Arshdeep to continue. Left arm over the wicket to De Zorzi, who can only push that out into the offside. There is no run. Second ball of the over is flicked off his hip to mid wicket, and De Zorzi takes a single, rotates the strike. Van der Dussen now back on strike. He is 1 of 6. De Zorzi is 36 of 34. Van der Dussen checking the field set for him. Arshdeep coming in, left arm over the wicket to Van der Dussen, who can only play that to third man. He tries to guide it, but there is a fielder there. There is no run. South Africa remain on 63 for 1. Fourth delivery of the over from Aarschdiep to Van der Dussen. Aarschdiep remains over the wicket to Van der Dussen, who defends this out to cover. There is no run. Remember, if you want to get in contact with the stream, use the YouTube chat, or you can also tweet me. That's the relevant Twitter handle. I will keep an eye on both of those social media channels. Fifth ball of the over. A bit wider outside the off stump. Or Aarschdiep is still angling it across him. It arrives at the crease a little bit outside the off stump. And Van der Dussen can do nothing with that. Final delivery, and that one, I think, will be called a wide. Yes, it is called a wide on height as it flies over his head. South Africa 64 for 1. If he can avoid giving up a boundary here, this will be a very, very good over from Aarschdiep Singh, given the situation in the match. And in he comes, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Van der Dussen, who can only defend this back into the pitch where Aarschdiep fields it. 2 runs of this 11th over. South Africa 64 for 1. 2 runs. As I said, Van der Dussen on 1 of 10, Tony de Zorzi on 36 of 33. The current run rate is 5.81 and the required run rate is 5.97. South Africa need a further 233 from 39 overs. The South Africans have also fallen below the Indian scoring rate at this point in the innings. They have lost 1 fewer wickets, mind. As Washington Sundar continues for India, and his first deliveries to de Zorzi are around the wicket from the right-hander to the from the right armer to the left-handed de Zorzi. Third one as well. All 3 are dots. The Indian bowlers can peg the South African batsman back a bit. Fourth delivery is a single out to long off. 65 for 1 now, South Africa. Washington Sunda with figures of none for 8 from 2.4 overs thus far. Fifth delivery of his third over to Van der Dussen, who tries to be very, very cute here. A premeditated steer down to third man, something like that, with a vertical bat. Next delivery, he tries to sweep it down, to reverse it down to third man, but there is a fielder there now and there is no run. One run of the 12th over from Washington Sunda. Rassi van der Dusen on 1, Tony De Zorzi on 37, South Africa 65 for 1. Current run rate is now 5.41 and the required rate is 6.1. Need another 232 from 38 overs remaining. And Captain KL Rahul Patel is into the attack now for his first over. In he comes, left arm over the wicket to De Zorzi, who goes down on one knee and clatters him over long on. 6 runs for South Africa. 71 for 1. The next one is clipped out by De Zorzi to mid-wicket and there is no run. Third one is defended back to Aksha, who fields it, no run either. As we are seeing replays of that sweep from De Zorzi, was a very good shot, admittedly. Fourth delivery, he plays an inside edge onto his own pads. There is no run. Next one is played by De Zorzi down against the spin to fine leg. So 7 runs off Aksha's first over thus far. 1 delivery still to come. And there it is. And this one is defended. There is no run. After 13 overs, South Africa are 72 for 1. Rassi van der Dusen is on 1 of 13. Tony De Zorzi is on 44 of 42. And South Africa are going along at 5.53 while being required to go at 6.08 from here on out. They still need 225 runs from another 37 overs remaining. And Washington Sunda continues. He can keep keep the batsman quiet for the first 2 deliveries of his over, 2 dot balls to begin his over, as he is coming in right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Desorzi, who works it wide of mid-wicket. They take a single. South Africa 73 for 1. Next delivery is right arm over the wicket to Van der Dussen, who plays that one out to long on. And there is another single. 2 runs thus far off this Washington Sundar over, and he comes back around the wicket to Desorzi. And this one is moving back into his legs. Can't do anything with that. Would have gone down the leg side though. Next one is a cut. It is fielded by a sweeper cover, and they are restricted to a single. Tidy over from Washington Sundar, only 3 runs coming from it. South Africa move on to 75 for 1. Tony Desorzi is on 46 and Rassie van der Dussen is on 2. Washington Sundar has bowled 4 overs for figures of none for 11. And Akshay Patel has bowled 1 over with figures of none for 7. And it is Akshay Patel back into the attack. First one takes a couple of bounces to Patida. That's Patida at mid-wicket, and they take a single. Next one is a dot ball though. Third one is Van der Dussen again getting a bit cute, trying a premeditated kind of reverse steer down to third man, and that one has cleaned him up. Akshay Patel, left arm around the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen, has cleaned him up. There is no bat involved. It drifts a long way. Beats his outside edge, then hits the top of middle stump. And Rassie van der Dussen has to go. He is bowled Patel for 2, strike rate of 11.76, and South Africa lose their second. They are now at 76 for 2, and that should bring Captain Aiden Markram. I would think. Yes, indeed. It is Markram at 4 coming in for South Africa now. Yes, after Markram it will be Klaasen, Miller, Mulder, Maharaj, Burger, Williams and Hendricks. In that order, at least according to the card. Let's see what the captain can do here. He's taking guard as Asan Raza is having a few words with Akshay Patel. I don't know what is going on here. Everyone seems to be ready, and Akshay Patel is coming in left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Aiden Markram, who can only play that to mid-wicket. There is no run. Final delivery of this excellent Akshay Patel over is Markram coming forward, defending it. And there is no run. End of the 15th, South Africa 76 for 2. This excellent Akshay Patel over brought 1 run for South Africa, but it cost them 1 wicket, and that means we have Aiden Markram on 0 and Tony de Zorzi on 47 out in the middle for South Africa, while the Indian bowlers are Akshay Patel, who has bowled 2 overs and figures for 1 for 8, and Washington Sundar bowling 4 overs for figures of none for 11. Speaking of Washington Sundar, he is back for his 5th over. First one is right arm around the wicket to de Zorzi, who squeezes this too long on. And there is a single for South Africa in that delivery. They move on to 77 for 2. Right arm over the wicket to Markram, who doesn't get it away into the leg side far enough to risk a single here. It remains a dot ball. Third delivery, right arm over the wicket, and that one is clipped off his legs, and there is a man from fine leg coming in. The throw comes in. It is not very accurate, but it doesn't really matter. South Africa have taken a single. They are not looking for a second here. 78 for 2 now after 15.3 overs. Tony de Zorzi is back on to strike for South Africa. Washington Sundar right arm around the wicket to de Zorzi, who squeezes or pushes that one out to long on. And there is another single, 79 for 2 now. Markram back on strike, so I think Sundar will go right arm over, yes, and that one almost has him either LBW or played on. Oh no, he gets an inside edge and plays it into his pads, where it wobbles around above the knee rolls on the inside of his pads. It gets almost stuck in his pads there on the knee, and there is a no run. Final delivery is another single. South Africa move on to 80 for 2 after 16 overs now. 4 runs from Akshay Patel's 5th over. The current run rate is 5, and the required rate now is climbing up to 6.38. The target, may I remind everyone, is 297. And after a relatively brisk start by South Africa, they are now looking a lot more like India did in the first innings, when the runs were very hard to come by. It's been a while since we've seen a boundary. The last boundary was hit off the first delivery of the 13th over. Granted, it was a 6. We are in the 17th over now, though, and the best South Africa could do since that last 6 has been singles, not even a couple in there. Let me check. No, there were no. Don't see any couples there. Nope. Desorzi brings up his 50 of the 4th ball of the 17th over. Tony Desorzi 50 not out. Of 53 deliveries. Very, very solid knock from the South African opener here. I think he was man of the match. Well earned man of the match during the last one-day international, or in the last one-day international for his century. Very solid knock from him here. And that is drinks. And I'll be back shortly. All right, that brings us to the end of the drinks break. And apart from Tony De Zorzi, I'm starting to see the South African batsman having similar problems to the Indian batsman during the first innings, namely that the runs are relatively hard to come by. De Zorzi going along at a pretty good clip, 50 of 54, and Washington Sundar is back for the 18th over. He is coming right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Aiden Markram. And he is played out to mid-on for, or long on for a single. No slips in place for De Zorzi. Akshay Patel coming around the wicket to De Zorzi, who cuts him late. Rajat fields that one at deep backward point. He seems to have a few problems with the sun as South Africa come through for a couple. Next one by Sundar is right arm around the wicket, much more onto the pads, and that is played into the offside by Markram. My feed is cutting out a bit here. I'm sorry. I can only tell you they took a single. I couldn't see what happened there exactly. That's followed by a dot ball. And the next one is right arm over the wicket to Markram, and they take another single. Much more expensive over from Washington than before. 5 runs of 5 deliveries thus far. Now right arm around the wicket to De Zorzi, who can only play this out to cover, and there is no run after 18 overs. South Africa are 88 for 2. De Zorzi, as I said, going along very well on 53 of 57 now. Markram much harder pressed. 6 of 12. As Akshay continues. And Markram finds the gap at deep extra cover. There is a second one for South Africa. And they bring up their 90. Next one, Akshay left arm around the wicket, and there is no way for Markram to get it away far enough to risk a single. Next one is left arm around the wicket again, and this time there is a single for Markram, bringing De Zorzi onto strike. So Akshay switches back over the wicket. De Zorzi guiding that to fine leg, and there is no run. Left arm over the wicket, and this one is fired out to long on, and they take another single. Markram back on strike. He's on 9 of 14, and one would guess Akshay is coming back round the wicket. Hands on heads time for India, as they are thinking they were very close to an LBW there from Markram. Anyway, there is no run, and South Africa remain on 92 for 2 after 19 overs. Current run rate is dropping to 4.84 now, and the required run rate is climbing and nearing 7. It is currently 6.61. South Africa need another 205 from 31 overs. Aiden Markram, 9 of 16. Tony DeZorzi, 54 of 58. Akshay Patel, figures of 1 for 15 from 4. Washington Sundar, figures of none for 20 from 6. And KL Rahul has decided it is time to bring Mukesh Kumar back into the attack. He will bowl his 4th over. Right arm around the wicket to DeZorzi, and there is a save at backward point. There is no run for South Africa as DeZorzi cuts that out. To the right of point, who dives and saves 2 at backward point. Mukesh back in, a right arm over the wicket, and this one is a single to mid-off. Sorry. Markram is now back on strike. He is 9 of 16. And we do have a point. We have cover, extra cover. And Markram steers delivery that is on off stump to deep point. There is a single now for South Africa, who take it 94 for 2 in the 19th over. DeZorzi back on strike. 2 runs thus far from this Mukesh Kumar over. Kumar in, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed DeZorzi, who plays that out to cover. There is a single again. He was trying to pick a gap at cover, but could only find cover. They scamper through for a single nonetheless. 3 runs of this Mukesh over. Markram on strike, and Mukesh coming right arm over the wicket. Markram defends it back into the ground, and Mukesh fields. There is no run. Let's see. South Africa on 95 for 2 with 1 delivery to come in the 20th over. Markram on 10 of 18, and here is Mukesh right arm over the wicket, and there is a stop at cover. Another dot ball from Aiden Markram. End of the 20th. South Africa 95 for 2. 3 runs of this Mukesh over. Current run rate is 4.75. The required run rate is 6.73. 202 runs still required from 30 overs. And Akshay Patel is going to continue. left arm over the wicket to De Zorzi, who goes down on one knee and sweeps that one. It is fielded at backward square. The South Africans come through for a single though. Four away from the team 100. And Akshay Patel is coming around the wicket to a Markram who falls over as he tries to defend it, misses it completely, and it's a miracle it doesn't clatter into the stumps just a tad too high. Now a slip for Markram as Akshay Patel comes over the comes around the wicket, and Markram gets an outside edge onto that, which has that slip diving, missing it, and it is fielded at third man, and they take a couple. Next one, much fuller from Akshay, and Markram taps that wide of cover for a quick single. 99 for 2 for South Africa now, and De Zorzi sweeps Akshay for another single, and that brings up the 100 for South Africa after 20.5 overs. 100 for 2. One delivery to come. Akshay left arm around the wicket to Markram, who taps it towards mid-on. Akshay is trying to field it himself, gets a hand to it, but is unable to stop it, and the South Africans take a quick single on that misfield by the bowler. 101 for 2 after 21 overs. Markram is on 14, De Zorzi on 58. The current run rate is 4.8 and the required run rate is 6.75. 196 still needed from 29 overs. And Mukesh Kumar is back and he concedes a boundary off his first delivery. That's not the start to the over that Mukesh wanted. As Markram, as he bowls very, very full, and Markram clips that off his pads. A fielder at mid-wicket gets a hand to it, can't stop it from cluttering into the boundary rope. 4 runs for South Africa. It's Rajat again, the debutant, out there in the deep. Can't blame him for that one. He has to look into the sun, basically. Can't be easy to keep an eye on the ball under these circumstances. Shadows are very, very long now, and apparently the lights aren't on yet. Partnership for South Africa has now reached 30 runs of 41 deliveries. Markram is on 19, De Zorzi on 58. His 60 is coming up soon, one would think. made a ton in the last match, his maiden one-day international ton, in the same match that he reached 50 for the first time in one-day internationals. This one is too short and it is pulled powerfully, but as it drops into the ground, it basically stops. It's not rolling away to the boundary. It bounces, stops, like there is a lot of backspin on it. And they are restricted to 2, but it brings up the Zorzi's 60. As Mukesh is in again, and this one is guided to a backward point by the Zorzi. They're thinking about taking a quick single, but after maybe 1.5 meters decide against it, scamper back to their respective creases, and there is no run. 7 runs of this Mukesh over thus far though, and there is one delivery still to come. Mukesh stays over the wicket to the left-handed De Zorzi, and this one is too short and in the slot, and De Zorzi pulls it away powerfully and finds the boundary, bringing South Africa onto 112 for 2 after 22 overs. That's 11 runs from that Mukesh over. The current run rate for South Africa is 5.09, and they have gone along at 5.8 an over for the last 5 overs. Still behind the current run rate. The required run rate, but they are ahead of where India were during their innings, as we have the physios on the field for Tony De Zorzi, who seems to cramp up a bit. Well, reminder, if you want to get in touch with the stream, you can also always do so in the YouTube chat. You can also tweet me. There is my Twitter handle. I will keep an eye on the Twitter chat as well as on the YouTube chat, as well as my Twitter feed. So let's do it that way. Yes, as I was saying, the current run rate is 5.09, which is still behind the 6.61 required. India in their innings were a few runs behind where South Africa is right now, though. So keep that in mind. If the South Africans can engineer an acceleration as good as the Indians did during their innings, South Africa should get home here. As Aksha continues, first delivery is a single to Markram, and there is... What is happening here? There is a ball played out into the outfield. There is a throw coming in as the South Africans are taking a single. He's aiming at the stumps. Okay. The fielder is aiming at the stumps. He is missing. And a jumping Aksha Patel is diverting the throw in from Sai Sudarshan into Tony DeZorzi's shoulder, and again there are physios on the field, as this time they are looking at Tony DeZorzi's shoulder. He was hit apparently relatively hard in the shoulder by the cricket ball. He is hit in the right shoulder. Always remember, Tony DeZorzi is batting left-handed, so that right shoulder is relatively important for him. Any discomfort there will be a problem for Tony DeZorzi. Well, as we are looking at pictures from the crowds, there's a procession of kids running around the boundary, but it looks like the physios are off the field again. DeZorzi is still holding his shoulder, but he is standing at the non-striker, and there are no physios on the field. Next two deliveries by Aksha are dots though. Followed by a couple. South Africa 116 for 2 after 22.5 overs. Final delivery, Aksha left arm over the around the wicket to Aiden Markram, who plays that out to cover, and there is no run. 23 overs complete. South Africa 116 for 2. The South African batsmen are coming together in the middle of the pitch. Markram is on 22, DeZorzi on 65. The current run rate is 5.04. The required run rate is 6.7 now. South Africa need 181 more runs to win from 27 overs. They will need to accelerate as much as the Indians did during their innings. Remember, there were almost 100 runs coming off the last 10 overs of the Indian innings. Mukesh Kumar is back. He is coming right arm over the wicket to the left-handed DeZorzi, and he is beating him on the outside edge. It dies before it reaches the keeper. Mukesh seems almost optimistic that there might have been a hint of an edge. I'm not so sure there. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is flicked out too long off. There is a single in that. South Africa move on to 117 for 2. Aiden Markram is now back on strike as the required run rate is creeping along and is almost at 7, while the current run rate is hovering around 5. Almost at the halfway point of the innings. Here is Mukesh again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Markram. There is a throw in as they take a single. Did it hit the stumps? Is anyone interested? 'Cause there is indeed a direct hit at the striker's end, but apparently Tony De Zorzi is in safely, so safely that they do not go for a video review there. Next one is cut by De Zorzi to backward point. And they decline the single. South Africa remain on 118 for 2 in the 24th over. Current run rate has now dropped below 5. And here is Mukesh, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed De Zorzi, and there is another single to be found for De Zorzi in the offside. 119 for 2 with one delivery still to come in this 24th over. Here is Mukesh Kumar, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Aiden Markram, who plays this out to long off, where it is fielded by, looks like Rinku Singh is the fielder there. And they take a single. Markram is hogging the strike here a bit. After 24 overs, South Africa are 120 for 2. 4 runs off this Mukesh Kumar over. The current run rate is at 5 and the required run rate is 6.8. Here is Akshay Patel coming in, left arm around the wicket to Markram, and he is hammered over long on for 6 runs by Aiden Markram, who is now truly accelerating. A short while ago, his strike rate was around 25. Now he is on 30 of 34. South Africa 126 for 2. The next one by Akshay Patel is played out for a single by Markram, as he turns it square into the leg side. And next one is a premeditated reverse sweep by De Zorzi, and it is a drop. That looks like a drop. By who is that? It's Sanju Samson. Samson drops Tony De Zorzi. I'll give Sanju Samson that. It's a very, very difficult chance, and South Africa take a single. final delivery of this Akshay Patel over is hammered over mid-wicket by Tony De Zorzi, and that is another 6. 15 runs of this Akshay Patel over, possibly a dropped catch. Let's see how much this costs this Indian bowling attack. With a little bit of luck, they would have had Tony De Zorzi dead to rights. He survived. Here is another 6 for him. South Africa end the over on 135 for 2 after 25. Here is Washington back into the attack. Right arm over the wicket to Markram, who drives Washington for 4 runs. He goes on to 36 from 38, and South Africa are 139 for 2. Next one is played by Markram into the leg side. There is an appeal from both the bowler and the wicket keeper. It's given as leg byes. It's given as a leg bye, but neither the bowler nor the captain or keeper are interested enough in that to really entertain the possibility of reviewing that. It stays as a single, as a leg bye. It stands as a leg bye, and no one is reviewing that. Next one is a single, and South Africa are 141 for 2. Fourth delivery of the over is defended by Markram out into the leg side, where it is fielded by the bowler. Next one is a wild hack by Aiden Markram. He gets a top edge of Washington Sundar. The ball goes high. No, it's not a top edge, it's a glove. He tries to sweep Washington Sundar, is probably not reading a slower ball, is through the shot early, gets gloves on it. Ball flies high into the air. KL Rahul takes it safely, and Aiden Markram is on his way for 36. He's out. Caught Rahul, bowled Washington Sundar for 36. And South Africa are 141 for 3. Heinrich Klaasen should be in next at 5 for the South Africans. It is Heinrich Klaasen at number 5 for South Africa. Last wicket was Aiden Markram for 36, and Sundar coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Klaasen, who plays this delivery back to him, and there is no run. As we are seeing replays of that Aiden Markram wicket, he may have misjudged the speed. He may also have misjudged the turn. As Akshay Patel is back into the attack, he will bowl the 27th over, and the first ball is a dot. The first two deliveries are dot balls, as Akshay Patel comes left arm over the wicket to Tony DeZorzi. Third ball, I am willing to bet yes, it is a wide down the leg side. It was so far down the leg side that KL Rahul had trouble stopping that. Next one would have been a wide if DeZorzi hadn't stepped back towards leg and gotten that onto that. Too bad for him that he can't make any run of that, as there is a fielder at backward square leg who stops that. Next one is a single to long on, though, from the Zorzi, who moves on to 76, bringing Klaasen back onto strike. He's on naught. He has faced one delivery in this innings. At the same stage of the innings, India were 117 for 3. The South Africans are 144 for 3. But there was a very, very impressive acceleration after this phase of the boring middle overs from the Indian batsmen, and remarkably there were contributions from the tail that were pretty good. The South Africans require 153 more runs to win from 138 balls. The Indians almost made 100 runs from the last 10 overs. Let's see what Cricinfo is saying. The South Africans are again favorites. They are favorites 55.52% is their win probability here. We shall see, I would say. As this 28th over is bowled by Washington Sundar, who gives up 2 runs in the first 3 deliveries. One to DeZorzi, one to Klaasen. Now he is bowling over the wicket to Klaasen, who has happened here? Oh, he managed to sneak one through the offside field there that has gone for 4 runs. Yes, there is a cut, then there is a misfield at deep point, and that has gone for 4. So South Africa bring up their 150 for 3 after 27.5 overs. Next delivery is a single to Klaasen, bringing De Zorzi back on strike, who is thrashing that one to cover where it is fielded, and the Indian fielders can hold the South African batsman to a single. And that brings us to the end of the 28th over. South Africa 152 for 3, 8 runs from this Washington Sundar over. The current run rate is 5.42. The required run rate is 6.59. They still need 145 from 22 overs. And after 1 over used to rotate the bowling attack in the power play, we do have Avesh Khan back for his 2nd over. And he comes in right arm over the wicket, flat batted to mid on by De Zorzi. And there is a single in that. South Africa move on to 153. Klaasen now back onto strike. He's on 7 of 6. All he can do here is to defend a full one back to Avesh Khan, who fields it, who nearly misfields it. But he can still stop it, and there is no run for South Africa. Here is Avesh Khan again, and this one is punched through cover. Mid-off has to come around to field in the deep, and South Africa take a single. Avesh Khan in for the 4th delivery of his over, this time to De Zorzi, who smacks him to cover. There is another single. South Africa 155 for 3 now. Next one by Avesh Khan is a short ball, and Heinrich Klaasen is very, very lucky to get a top edge onto that. Tries to pull him, gets a top edge onto it, and he's very, very lucky that it flies over KL Rahul's head, high over KL Rahul's head, and it actually has the legs to go the distance and dribble into the boundary somewhere around the position of a backstop. That is 4 runs. South Africa 159 for 3 now. Avesh Khan in again, and Klaasen flicks that to mid wicket, and this time there is no run. End of the 29th over, South Africa 159 for 3, 7 runs of this second Avesh Khan over. The current run rate is 5.48, the required run rate is 6.57. Heinrich Klaasen is on 12 of 10, and Tony de Zorzi is on 80 of 84. Can he make consecutive one-day internationals on the international hundreds in his 4th and 5th match of the career, respectively? Anyone in chat who has the time to look these obscure stuff, these obscure type statistics up, how often has a player made consecutive one-day international hundreds in his first 10 one-day internationals of a career? As we have Arshdeep Singh bowling the 30th over, and he begins with a dot and a single to de Zorzi, who moves on to 81, bringing Klaasen back onto strike. He's on 12, and the lights have finally come on. Doesn't seem to help all that much. There are still very, very long and stark shadows on the ground. As Klaasen also takes Arshdeep for a single, and South Africa move to 161 for 3. If you want to get in touch and spam some very, very important statistics or anything you want to say, really, you can always use the YouTube chat, or you can tweet me. That is the Twitter handle. I will be monitoring both the YouTube chat as well as the Twitter feed. Feel free. I don't see anything in YouTube chat, and why is it on top chat? No, there's no one in live chat either. Okay, what has happened here? We have an appeal for leg before wicket from Arshdeep Singh. He is bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed de Zorzi, and the on-field umpire has not given de Zorzi out on the field, but India have decided to review, and the replays show that there is no edge. It is pitching in line, impact is in line, and the wickets are hitting. The review is retained, and India have another one. South Africa now 161 for 4. The wicket to fall, Tony de Zorzi, he goes for 81 LBW, bowled Arshdeep. And I think all the questions about players making consecutive tons in consecutive matches within the first 10 matches of their career is now moot. At least as far as Tony de Zorzi goes. And I think I will have to take a very, very short break while we are watching commercials. Very, very sorry, I'm back again. But you will have to excuse me. I have been basically talking, except for the innings break, for 6 hours non-stop now, and I'm getting a bit of a dry mouth and I have to drink something, and it's not hot enough that all that is metabolized into sweat. So sometimes you have to take out the gray water. Let's say it that way. Well, where are we in the match? At the end of the 30th over, South Africa were 163 for 4. That over brought 4 runs and 1 wicket. The South Africans are run-wise ahead of where India were at this stage in their innings. They are still behind on the required run rate, it has to be said, because the Indian innings contained a really awe-inspiring late acceleration. Nearly 100 runs of the final 10 overs, 93 to be exact, if I remember correctly. Anyway, the 31st over is bowled by Avesh Khan, and he has conceded 4 runs of the first 4 deliveries of this over so far. The last wicket to fall was Aidan Markram for 36. The 2 batsmen in are Heinrich Klaassen and David Miller. The 5th delivery of the over by Avesh Khan is given as a wide. South Africa 168 for 4. Avesh Khan will have to bowl that again. Here he comes again to the right-handed Klaassen, right arm over the wicket. This one on a leg stump line, and it is clipped by Klaassen off his pads to backward square leg, and there is a single. Final delivery of the 31st over to come now. Oh no, sorry. The last wicket to fall was Tony de Zorzi. Aidan Markram was the 3rd wicket to fall. De Zorzi made an 81 though, after making his maiden one-day international century on Tuesday in Berka. Final delivery of Avesh Khan's over is a dot, and South Africa take 6 runs from that over and end up on 169 for 4 after 31. We have David Miller on 4 of 5. We have Heinrich Klaassen on 16 of 14. Avesh Khan has figures of none for 22 from 3 overs. Arshdeep Singh is at the other end. He has figures of 2 for 27 from 6. And Arshdeep Singh is to continue. And he begins his 7th over with a dot ball. Here he comes in again, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Klaassen, who can only punch this into the ground from where it bounces to extra cover. There is no run. Let's see. We have Brian in Brisbane with us, who says, just arrived in my Gorilla Beer Bar to see the game on TV. It looks lovely and sunny there, unlike windy and dark Northampton. Yes, I can feel you, Brian. It is very much unlike stormy Hanover, where today the Herrenhäuser Gärten, that's basically the castle gardens. They have been closed today, as well as the zoo that has been closed, that has stayed closed today, and everyone is advised not to go to the forest. There is a not maybe 15 minutes by foot from my flat. There is a very very big forest right in the center of the city. But people have been advised to stay away from that today because it is very very stormy, and they can't guarantee the safety of people in this forest from falling wood and stuff like that. So people have been advised not to go into the forest and the woods. It is around 6 or 7 degrees now. While here at Paarl, when the game started, the temperatures were around 34 degrees. There was a very mild breeze of around 5 kilometers per hour. It was very dry. The humidity was in the single digits, if I remember correctly. Very, very nice weather. But enough of that. The South Africans can only take a single run of the 32nd over, which is Arshdeep Singh's 7th. They end the 32nd on 170 for 4. The current run rate is 5.31. The required run rate has now climbed above 7.05. South Africa need another 127 from 18 overs. They are ahead of where India were in their innings at this stage, but the Indians had a very good acceleration during the last 10-15 overs of their innings. They took 93 runs of the last 10 overs after going along below 5 and over for the majority of it. There were times when I would have been surprised if they actually made more than 225. They ended up with 296 for 8. And Heinrich Klaasen has been caught at mid-off. I think there is a running catch, if I have identified him correctly. That should have been Indian opener Sai Sudarshan off the bowling of Avesh Khan. Let's see the replay here. The umpires are not 100% certain they should give that. Alahuddin Paleka and Ahsan Raza in consultation with each other. They have referred it upstairs. But if I am honest, that looks really, really good. That is a great catch, diving forward from Sai Sudarshan, who is losing various parts of his equipment in the process there after Klaasen chipped Avesh Khan to a running mid-off who took a diving catch. And yes, it has been confirmed. Heinrich Klaasen is out, caught Sai Sudarshan bowled Avesh Khan for 21 of 22 balls. That's a strike rate of 95.45. And that brings in the South African number 7, which should be Rian Mulder. And yes, Brian, apparently it was a catch. And yes, it sounds a bit dangerous in the forest because there are a lot of forests around here that are basically, protection, environmental protection zones where there is not much done to the wood. If the tree falls, it falls. They are just taking care of sick trees right next to the footpaths. Everything about 15 meters from the footpath is left alone, and these trees tend to fall over in the winter storms here and there. India should be in the winner's circle now. You say, I'm not 100% certain. Not yet. The Indians were very, very slow through the middle overs and only accelerated really, really hard with about 15 overs to go. They had a partnership during the boring middle overs between the wicketkeeper Sanju Samson and Tilak Varma, who hit his second one-day international boundary in this match, which is the 4th of his career, if I remember correctly. He was for a very long time going along at a strike rate of around 20. In the end, he then accelerated and made a very, very useful 50 for India, but during the middle overs, the Indians were very, very slow. The South Africans are actually ahead of where the Indians were during this stage of their innings. They still have a comparable number of wickets in hand. One less, maybe. And they don't have to accelerate as hard as India did. So there is that. That being said, Cricinfo has India as favorites at 73.53% probability now. Rian Mulder is off the mark of his second delivery. So no duck for Rian Mulder. He has a very disappointing average in one-day internationals for a number 7, though. He has played 15 matches and his high score is 19 not out, and he averages 11.71 in one-day internationals, which is a bit low for my tastes for a number 7, I have to admit. Yes, but that brings us to the end of the 33rd over. That over went for 6 runs. It brought India a wicket, that of Heinrich Klaassen, who clipped Avesh Khan to a running Sai Sudarshan at mid-off. South Africa are 176 for 5 after 33. David Miller is on 5, Rian Mulder is on 1. The current run rate is 5.33. The required run rate is 7.11. They need another 121 from 17 overs. And Washington Sundar is back into the attack. He is in this 11 in place of Kuldeep Yadav, who is being rested, presumably because he's also in the test side, and second delivery of the over, there is an appeal, and I think that is an appeal for a stumping. The DRS timer is ticking down, and with 2 seconds to go, KL Rahul has reviewed the on-field decision. That is not out. On a chance of removing Rian Mulder very, very early, KL Rahul has been persuaded by Washington Sundar to send the decision upstairs. It's taking some time to see the replay here. Yes, and Rahul is taking the catch cleanly. Mulder is leaning forward, but his feet never leave the ground. I think his back foot is grounded the second that Rahul is taking off the bails. They are now probably checking for an outside edge. Well, there was no chance that he was out stumped, but there is the faintest of spikes on ultra edge just as the bat passes the ball. Will he be given? Yes, he has been given out. Caught behind. Rian Mulder has to go. He is out caught behind. Caught Rahul bowled Washington Sundar for 1. He faced 3 balls. Strike rate of 33.33, and South Africa are 177 for 6. Rian Mulder has to go, and India are now into the tail, I would say. David Miller is the not out batsman, and next in should be Keshav Maharaj, and Maharaj is definitely no recognized batsman. Yeah, yes, exactly, Brian. There's a tiny edge. They were checking for the stumping first, as there wasn't really any deviation in the flight of the ball. Rahul took the catch cleanly and proceeded to whip off the bails, and he didn't do it in a very instinctive way. He seemed to hesitate, to wait until Mulder leaned forward, and then in a very, very deliberate, very calculated movement took off the bails, so that it looked like he thought that his foot had come up, but turns out he took the faintest of inside edges of Vian Mulder's bat. As Maharaj is off the mark, first delivery with a couple of Washington Sundar, and we have some very, very, very sad South African fans in the crowd there. Poor girl has already cried her eyes red. Well, I mean, I have to admit, this was a very, very unfortunate dismissal for Vian Mulder. But the Indian bowling attack surely has their tail up now. South Africa are 180 for 6 after 34 overs. The target being 297. The batsmen out in the middle are Keshav Maharaj, who is on 3 of 2, and David Miller, who is on 6 of 10. And yeah, Miller, definitely the last recognized batsman. He averages 42.42, while Maharaj's average is 13.41, which is always funny. Why would you send in Mulder before you send in Maharaj, who has a higher average? Anyway, we have Avesh Khan back into the attack for India, and he lets Maharaj get away with one. As we are seeing a summary of how the series has been going so far. First T20 was abandoned. The second T20 was won by South Africa by 5 wickets. The third T20 was won by India by 106 runs. And Avesh Khan is back. And this one is clipped off his hip by Miller. The throw comes in. KL Rahul is looking a bit confused, actually, like some older gentleman in a very busy Tokyo subway station, perhaps. Everyone is running around. No one, and he doesn't seem to understand where everyone is heading. Maybe the problem was that there have been at least one misfield in that play, and another run has been snuck in by South Africa, who actually made 3 of that delivery. Next one is a wide from Avesh Khan, and South Africa are 185 for 6. The target being 297. And with the fall of these last 2 wickets, the win predictor on ESPN Cricinfo has India as 92% favorites. Miller is out in the middle of the pitch, furiously tapping it down, gardening, as they say. And yeah, Brian in Brisbane is saying each way bet there by the keeper. Yeah, basically that's what it is. But I mean, that's the DRS protocol. You don't have to tell for what mode of dismissal you are appealing. You just have to appeal how is that, and basically it's the job of the umpire to figure out if it is out, and if it is, in which way. As Avesh Khan is back into David Miller, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Miller, who prods at it. He can't get anything onto the ball, and KL Rahul takes a diving catch. South Africa 186 for 6 with one delivery left to bowl in the over, and here is Avesh Khan, right arm round the wicket. This time he fires it into David Miller's pads, who gets his bat down, keeps it out, no chance of LBW, but also no chance of a run for South Africa. After 35 overs, the South Africans are 186 for 6. They are still 111 runs adrift. We have David Miller on 9 of 14. We have Keshav Maharaj on 5 of 4. Avesh Khan has figures of 1 for 34 from 5 overs bowled, and Washington Sundar has figures of 2 for 37 from 9. And looks like KL Rahul is bowling Washington Sundar out. Yes, indeed. Washington Sundar starting his 10th and final over of the night. And he begins it with a right arm over the wicket dot ball to Keshav Maharaj, the right-handed batsman. Follows it up with another dot ball that Maharaj plays out to cover. Third one in, and there is an inside edge from Keshav Maharaj as he steps away to the leg side, tries to make room for himself. It runs to short fine leg, where it is fielded. There is no run, or no, maybe it's a leg slip or something like that, but Maharaj got an under edge there, played it into the ground, was pretty lucky that he didn't chop on there. No run though. 4 dot balls thus far for Washington Sundar in the 36th over. And as he comes in, right arm over the wicket, Maharaj jams his bat down, gets an outside edge. There is a fielder coming in from a backward point. They steal a single though. South Africa 187 for 6. David Miller to face the final delivery of Washington's over, who is coming around the wicket, and Miller plays it back to the bowler. There is no run. South Africa remain on 187 for 6. Only one run from that Washington Sundar over, who ends his night with figures of 2 for 38 from 10. And I think KL Rahul will go back to pace. Avesh Khan has only bowled 5 overs, and there he is. Avesh Khan coming in, right arm over the wicket to Maharaj, who plays that out to cover. There is no run. Now the lights are taking full effect here at Logan Park. There, when they were coming on, there were still massive shadows cast by the pavilion and all the other structures around the ground. There were some mistakes in the field from Rajat Patidar, the Indian debutant in this match, who had to make some pretty sharp, had to do some pretty sharp fielding, staring into the sun, into the glare, which probably wasn't that easy, which I blame for him not taking 2 very sharp chances, or for misfielding on 2 occasions. Well, let's see. So far, Avesh Khan has conceded 2 singles of his first 3 balls. The 4th delivery is a short one, wide outside the off stump. The umpire warns him that this mister is your bouncer for the over. It's not called a wide though. So it's a dot ball, as Maharaj didn't get bat onto that. 5th delivery of the over now. And this is a full toss that he plays into the ground from where it bounces to the fielder at cover. He definitely mistimed that one, and there is again no run. 1 delivery to come in this 37th over. It's 189 for 6. South Africa need 108 runs of 79 balls. India need 4 wickets. Final delivery of the over is driven by Maharaj, and there is a fielder running around from mid-off who cleans up the mess that cover makes, and they take a single. After 37 overs, South Africa are 190 for 6. And they are almost at the same point where India were at this stage in their innings. They have lost more wickets though, and they are not trending upward, I have to say. India still favorites at around 93% according to Cricinfo. And Mukesh is back. He's been a bit expensive, which is kind of the theme of this tour for him. I will have to say. He is definitely the weak link in this Indian bowling attack. Just think about the first one-day international. I think it was the first one-day international where Arshdeep took a fifer, Avesh Khan took 4, only because he was robbed of a fifer by Kuldeep Yadav, who took the final wicket. As we are seeing Yuzvendra Chahal, who is on the field as a substitute fielder, and I can only assume that it is for Sanju Samson, who apparently has hurt himself earlier in the innings while trying to field. He tried to take a very, very sharp chance, didn't get it, and well, he might have hurt himself. So apparently, Yuzvendra Chahal is on as a substitute fielder for him, or one would assume so. Yeah, in that first one-day international, I think Mukesh Kumar was the only bowler that India bowled in the whole match that didn't take a wicket. He hasn't been great in this match as well. He has been pretty expensive during the last match. In a situation where loose balls were really the last thing India needed with such a low target. And in this innings so far, he has taken no wickets. He has conceded 44 runs. He has an economy of 6.58 from almost 7 overs. But this year, 38th over of the chase hasn't been half bad. 1 run off the bat, 1 wide thus far. And David Miller is on strike. Yes, there's the wide down the leg side. Two runs conceded when the South Africans need a run rate of over 6 and over. Over 8 and over, almost 9 and over. That is pretty okay. Can he get out of this relatively unscathed? And yes, he can. He actually takes a wicket. This one is short of a length. It's outside the off stump. David Miller is fencing at that, poking at that, and he gets an edge, and KL Rahul makes no mistake. David Miller, the last recognized batsman of the South African team, has to go as he tries to push at that, gets an outside edge, and KL Rahul takes a diving catch behind the stumps. I think that is the series for India, as David Miller is caught. Rahul bowled Mukesh Kumar for 10. He has a strike rate of 50, and this is only Mukesh's 5th wicket in his 6th match. Yes, and he did not take any wickets thus far in the one-day international series. He took 3 wickets in the T20 series. But he returned identical figures of 0 for 46 in both the Johannesburg and the Bercha one-day internationals on this tour. So that brings Björn Hendricks at 9 out into the middle for South Africa. Hendricks in his 10th match, he has 7 runs, a high score of 3, and an average of 3.5. Let me see. Yes, he batted in 3 innings. He was not out in one of them, and he made 6 runs. As he is off the mark. No. As we are... Second delivery of the 39th over, which is bowled by Akshay Patel. And this is pretty close to LBW. Probably the impact was outside the line, or it was missing the bails or the stumps, as this was a relatively high impact. No one is interested in appealing though, and Hendricks is off the mark of the 3rd delivery of that Akshay Patel over. It's Akshay's 9th. Bringing Maharaj onto strike, who is definitely the senior bowling partner, and he lofts Akshay Patel over mid-on, and the sweeper is fielding it in the outfield, but the South African batsmen are running through for a single. 195 for 7. Dot ball to end the over. 39th over sees South Africa reach 195 for 7. 102 runs required from 66 deliveries. South Africa now falling behind India in the direct comparison of the innings. Akshay gave up 3 runs in this 39th over. We have Björn Hendricks on 1 and Keshav Maharaj on 11 of 19. Akshay Patel figures of 1 for 46 of 9. And Mukesh Kumar is continuing. After the last over, he had figures of 1 for 45 from 7. And the first delivery of the over is driven by Maharaj, and they take a single, and Maharaj hangs Björn Hendricks out to dry. I can't see any other way to describe this. Mukesh, a right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, and this squirts off the shoulder of the bat of Björn Hendricks into the offside. It is fielded at backward point, and there is no run. South Africa remain on 196 for 7. Third delivery of the over from Mukesh Kumar, and this nips back into Hendricks. And how did that not dislodge the bails? It's bowled on a line just outside of stump. It nips back quite a lot. Hendricks a bit too fearless there, maybe trying to let it go, and it misses the bails by a cat's whisker. Fourth delivery, Mukesh coming in, right arm around the wicket, and this one is fuller and wider. Hendricks tries to fish for it outside his off stump, can't get any bat on it, go through to the keeper. There is no run. 1 run thus far from Mukesh's 9th from Mukesh's 9th over. And here he comes for the penultimate delivery. This one is on a leg stump line, and it is whipped off his hip, and there is Yuzvendra Chahal out in the deep at fine leg, I would say. He's coming around. He almost misfields that ball into the boundary. He loses it, has to get up again, has to run after it, and catches it about 2 centimeters out from the boundary sponge. South Africa come through for a couple here. Hendricks now on 3. Final delivery of the over. Mukesh right arm round the wicket, and Hendricks slaps that into the ground. There is no run after 40 overs. South Africa are 198 for 7. The target is in double digits, which is probably a moral victory for South Africa at this point. They need a further 99 from 60 balls, because this 40th over has brought them only 3 runs. We have Björn Hendricks on 3, Keshav Maharaj on 12. And let's see who will continue the bowling attack. It's Akshay Patel who will bowl out. He comes in, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Maharaj, who clips that into the leg side. They take another single. Maharaj on 13 of 21, and Hendricks now on strike on 3 of 8. (98 of 59 required), and Akshay Patel coming in, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks, who drives that to long on. They take another single. Maharaj is back on strike. It's not really a drive, it's more of a slap. Akshay Patel, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Maharaj. There is an appeal for LBW, but I'm pretty certain that Maharaj got an inside edge onto that, and therefore no one wants to review that one. Seems to have been relatively obvious. There is another appeal, and this time Maharaj has been given. I didn't really see why. Have they reviewed it? I think they have reviewed it. Let's see. Yes, there is pat before bat, but I'm pretty certain that the impact, he is hit. First of all, he is hit on the back pad, but the impact is clearly outside the line of off. There is absolutely no bat involved. The ball goes from the pad onto the bat. But the impact is outside the line. That has to be overturned. Was a clean hit after the ball bounced off the pad, one has to say, though. The ball bounces from the top of his pad right onto the middle of his bat, and from there into the offside. It's a bit of a kind of a satisfying billiard shot, maybe trick shot, something like that. Yes, and it's pitching outside of, impact is outside the line, and Hassan Raza has to overturn his decision there. Maharaj saved by a review, and Aksha is coming in for the final delivery of his over. And that's another arm ball. And Maharaj defense, there is no run. After 41 overs, South Africa are 200 for 7. 2 runs from the 41st. The current run rate is 4.87. And yeah, that's the match for India. The required run rate is almost 11 for South Africa now. I'm pretty sure that this is I think this is the match. Let's see. Brian in Brisbane, cat's whisker. Not heard that for ages. Well done on that idiom. Yeah, I mean, how can you not think of cat's whiskers in the context of cricket commentary when you were watching White Line Wireless earlier this morning from the cat rescue with kittens during the lunch break, and yeah, And yeah, it's okay, Brian, that I didn't see that as well on the first. Oh, in real time, I didn't really see that how that what happened there when Raza gave Maharaj out. On the replay, it was relatively clear what had happened there. It was pad before bat, but it was clearly outside the line. So, well, anyway, we have Mukesh Kumar back into the attack. And seems like he is here to gift tail enders some confidence and some boundaries, because the third ball of Mukesh's over is driven by Buren Hendricks. There is a misfield by Arshdeep Singh at mid off, and that is a boundary for Buren Hendricks. Next one is driven to mid on by Buren Hendricks. He remains on 8 of 13. Fifth delivery of Mukesh's ninth over to come, and that is a heave into the leg side, because this one is too short by Mukesh Kumar, and Hendricks heaves that away into the leg side to the boundary. There is a 1 bounce, 4 runs for Buren Hendricks. That's the second 4 of his innings. And I can tell you that's also the second 4 of his one-day international career. Yes. How nice. End of the 42nd over, South Africa are 208 for 7. Keshav Maharaj is on 13 from 25. Buren Hendricks is on 12 of 15. South Africa require a further 89 of 48 deliveries. And who will KL Rahul turn to bowl the 43rd? Looks like, yes, it is Arshdeep Singh. Arshdeep Singh has thus far bowled 7 overs. He has figures of 2 for 28, which is quite okay. He has a good economy in this match of around 4. Very, very useful. First delivery of the over is a single from Maharaj. South Africa 209 for 7. And now Mukesh is to face the left-hander Buren Hendricks. He has the ball in his hand. Mukesh Kumar left arm over the wicket to Björn Hendricks, and this one is a bouncer. It is on a middle stump line, and Hendricks has to duck down to not get hit in the head there. Hendricks almost looked like he was going to pull that ball, but he ducked out of it in the end. Next one is left arm over the wicket, and this is a chip shot to mid-off, who picks up the ball and throws it in the direction of the striker's wicket, as Hendricks had run out of his crease. Doesn't miss the stumps by much, and there is no run. Hendricks would have probably been out had that throw hit. Next one is left arm over the wicket, and this one is very leg-sidey, and Hendricks tries to flick that into the leg side, misses it, and there is no run. Fifth delivery, and a wild hoik by Hendricks. He thought that would go over the leg side. Instead, it goes down to third man, where it is fielded. But South Africa run through for a single. As we are seeing the commentators, there is Mark Nicholas in the box. There's a very, very, very famous South African commentator whose name I can't remember. And the next one is Keshav Maharaj holing out to Rinku Singh. I think that is at deep mid-wicket. Indeed, it is Keshav Maharaj caught Rinku Singh, bowled Arshdeep Singh for 14, and South Africa fall to 218 for 8. They require another 87 runs in 42 balls, and I think that is pretty much out of the question, considering the only batsmen left in the shed are Nandre Borger and Lizard Williams. And Williams is playing in his fourth match today. He doesn't have an average in one-day internationals, though, as he has not made any runs in his career. Well, let's see what they can do. Yes. White Line Wireless. We need that lot to have insects. Then you could say gnats. Gnats knacker. Yes. And Brian says, leaving the bar now. The game will be over in the 15 minutes it takes me to get home. Bye. Thanks for the call. You're very, very welcome, Brian. You should probably keep an eye open on this on this channel, there will be well, maybe a thank you present, a surprise for all the listeners that made this year very, very awesome for me, for the channel. I have something special for all of you that will go live on Christmas Eve. So keep an eye out for that. All right. Let's see where we are. Avesh Khan is bowling the 44th over, and well, off the second delivery of that over, after Hendricks takes a triple of the first delivery, Williams makes a run, and that is almost halfway there to a one-day international average, one would have to say. And of the fourth delivery, there is another run for Williams, who now has two. All he needs now to have a one-day international average is to get out. He would then have an average. This game is basically done and dusted. The South Africans need another 81 runs of 37 deliveries, and they only have 2 wickets in hand, and the last batsman they have in the dressing room is Nandre Burger. I'm relatively certain it's not happening. Anyway, this brings us to the end of the 44th over. 6 runs from that over. South Africa 216 for 8. Bjorn Hendricks on 17, Lizard Williams on 2. The current run rate is 4.9, and the run rate from the last 5 overs has been 4.2. The required run rate is 13.5, and it is Arshdeep Singh is in, and it looks like he has Lizard Williams LBW of a filthy full toss first ball of his over. Williams has reviewed that decision by on-field umpire Hassan Raza though. Let's see the replay. Here is Arshdeep Singh in, left arm over the wicket, and a full toss hits him on the front pad, probably in front of middle. Yeah, that is probably hitting him in front of middle. I'm pretty certain that there is no bat involved. It is impact in line. It's hitting the wickets. The review is lost. The wicket is lost. Lizard Williams finally has an ODI batting average, as Hassan Raza confirms his decision. That is out. Williams is out. LBW Arshdeep Singh for 2 runs. And Arshdeep now has figures of 4 for 30 from 8.2 overs. 8.1 overs, I'm sorry. Can he get his second fifer of the series in the 6th match of his one-day international career? That would be amazing. And he is also on a hat trick, because the last ball he bowled was the last delivery of the 43rd over, and that was the one that got Maharaj. Now he has Nandre Burger in his crosshair, and he survives that one. He beats the outside edge of Nandre Burger with one that goes relatively straight. No in nipper or something like that. No movement of the seam. No swing. Not that late in the innings anyway. And the third delivery of the over, left arm over the wicket, and this is a Yorker onto the toes of Nandre Burger, but he digs it out. It goes high, falls relatively close to the fielder, but there is no chance of a catch and there is no run. Burger survives another delivery. Fourth delivery of the over. Burger steps to the leg side, exposes his stumps, but defends this one from Arshdeep Singh that would have gone on to hit the stumps. But there is no run. Fifth ball of the over is left arm over the wicket, and Burger jams his bat down in front of the stumps and defends that delivery from Arshdeep Singh. There is no run though. Yes, this is a kind of a slower Yorker. Would have gone on to hit the stumps, surely. Final delivery of the over, and that is an excellent in-swinging Yorker. He somehow manages to keep that one out. And I will be back with you momentarily. Just a second. things are rattling around on my balcony because it's so stormy outside. I'm very sorry. I'm always a bit concerned when that happens because I live on the 3rd floor and I don't want my shit to fly off my balcony and into the streets. Avesh Khan is bowling the 46th over. As for some reason we are seeing the South Africa test squad, which contains Wian Mulder, Burger, Maharaj. We will also have a chance to see Ngidi and Rabada. 4th delivery of the 46th over. And there is the first run for Nandre Boga. It's a single steered down to 3rd man, and Björn Hendricks is back on strike to Avesh Khan. Right arm around the wicket, and Hendricks tries a ram shot, scoop, something like that. Steps away from his stumps, holds out the bat. There is not enough pace on the ball. It spoons up into the air where it is caught by Sanju Samson. Björn Hendricks is out, caught Samson, bowled Avesh Khan for 18. And that is a series win for a relatively young Indian team. India win by 78 runs. Avesh Khan takes his 2nd wicket of the night to end South Africa's chase of 297, 78 runs short. Yeah, I mean, the margin of victory of 78 runs makes it seem less interesting than the game actually was, I would have to admit, because this game has been a bit of a roller coaster. India started very slowly. They lost wickets. They had to rebuild their innings, which they did with a partnership first between KL Rahul and Sanju Samson, and then with a very, very slow start of a partnership between Tilak Varma and Samson. Varma hit his 2nd one-day international boundary in his 4th one-day international match. I think he hit his... Let me see. Yes, he hit his first 6 of his one-day international career as well. He was the only batsman except for Sanju Samson who crossed 50 for India. There was a very useful cameo from Rinku Singh. Washington Sundar contributed 14 from 9, and Arshdeep Singh, very, very funny late innings cameo of 7 from 2. The debutant Rajat Patidar managed 22 runs at a strike rate of 137.5. The South Africans conceded 22 extras overall. We had the scorecard of the South African bowlers. Let's have a look at the highlights of this South African innings that started relatively well. But then they got bogged down in the middle overs, as were the Indians before them. High score for South Africa was Tony de Zorzi, who made 81. He was out. LBW bowled Arshdeep Singh. The only other batsman for South Africa to cross 30 was Aiden Markram with 36. Then there's only one other score over 21. That was Heinrich Klaassen, who was caught. Sai Sudarshan bowled Avesh Khan. A very, very good diving catch from a full stretch run from Sai Sudarshan at mid-off. Some contributions lower down the order. Maharaj 14 and Björn Hendricks, the last wicket to fall, made 18. All in all, South Africa fell 78 runs short. Pick of the bowlers for India, absolutely Arshdeep Singh with figures of 4 for 30 from 9 overs. Then Avesh Khan took 2 for 45. Washington Sundar also took 2. He did it for 38. Akshay Patel with 1 for 48 and Mukesh Kumar with 1 for 56 were also in the wickets. I would be very, 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 very surprised if Sanju Samson would not get man of the match for his century, his maiden one-day international century, no less. And yes, well, thank you very, very much for the for listening. And let's see if we have any final messages. Brian says, my prediction didn't come through. Home now. I'll keep an eye on YouTube on Christmas Eve. All the best there for the festive season. Thank you very much, Brian. All the best to you and your loved ones. And he also says, I should have walked slower and my prediction would have been proven. Yes, probably. But on the bright side, you didn't walk slowly enough. So you could see the message that there is something special coming on a Christmas Eve on this channel. So, no, thank you very, very much for the company. What is happening on this channel apart from the Christmas Eve surprise? We will not be covering the first test because I am visiting family over the holidays. You can always go over to twitch.tv/whitelinewire. Tomorrow from 5 a.m. Central European Time, they are covering the only test between Australia women and the Indian women in Mumbai at the Wankhede. And here is the update. Australia chose to bat, were all out for 219. India trailed them by 121 runs in the first innings, as they are 98 for 1 at stumps on day 1. All the action there tomorrow from 5 a.m. CET on twitch.tv/whitelinewire. We will be back with live cricket for you all for the second test of this India tour of South Africa. That one starts on January the 3rd. And if we are lucky, we will even have Anindo Datta for 1 or 2 stints during the match or during the roundup of the match, something like that. Yeah, so I would be honored if you would be with us again. Until then, happy holidays, and well, in Germany we say Guten Rutsch because you slide into the new year. And you do not wish people a happy new year before the new year is here, but the traditional wish to get good into the new year is Guten Rutsch, slide over happily. Well, thank you very much. Good night, everyone. And we will see you on January the 3rd. Guten Rutsch.